me and Dad quite a lot of shit. It's because me and Husky were the other two boys that were there. And we didn't say anything. And then girls race about an hour after. By that time, it was just completely turned up anyway, wasn't it? I wouldn't have that. idea about it.
Yeah, I'm glad I decided to. Well, I always said that. I think everybody else
I'm so used to when it's
Welcome to the 2023 Saucony English Cross Country Championships. We're live from Chester in Bolesworth Castle, where in just a couple of minutes' time we'll be kicking things off with the Under-17 Women's Championship race. I'm Scott Eburn, and joining me in the commentary box today is British marathoner Philly Bowden. Philly, thanks for joining us.
Hey, how's it going?
Absolutely wonderful. I can't wait for another cracking day of cross-country action, and I'm sure you'll have your eyes on the Senior Women's Championship later on, but we've got plenty to get to until then.
Absolutely. Just a little bit of FOMO to not be out there racing today, but tired legs make me feel like this is probably the better position to be in.
Yeah, I mean, if it was all muddy as well and raining, you'd probably still wish you were here, but it's blustery but quite dry out on the course.
Yeah, and it looks quite inviting actually, like pretty flat by the looks of it from what we can see anyway.
Yeah, I think we've got something around 5,700 entries for this weekend's championship here in Chester, and we've got 2,195 entered for the senior men's race over 12 kilometres, which wraps things up for us at 3 p.m. this afternoon. This first race though, Philly, the Under-17 Women's Championship, features a young lady who has been, well, she's gone viral recently, Innes Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
I'm interested to know how she travelled to Chester from down in Devon, I think she is today. But
yeah, she's got a bit of a name for herself for making the World Cross Country Championships in Australia for that very reason. I suspect she'll be up there today, probably travelling by electric car, maybe. Maybe. I mean, I completely rate it. Absolutely.
I'm sure we'll talk about it more, but yeah, can't beat it. And you can see the course is full, plenty of dogs. We'll have the dog cam out later on as well. We'd love to see our four-legged friends enjoying the course. But yeah, there's a lot of long grass there. This is the first time the National has been held up in Chester at Bolesworth Castle. I think in 2015. This venue hosted the Cheshire County Cross Country Championships, so not a stranger to hosting cross country, but it is the first time it's hosted the National. and you can just see the big black Saucony starting arch is in the background of the picture, and it's where the athletes will be kicking things off very shortly.
That tape is blustering quite aggressively. I've just looked it up, but the wind is apparently 12 miles per hour, which doesn't sound too bad, but it's a pretty open field today, so I suspect the athletes will probably feel that, which might change the way that people race it.
Well, 2022 at Parliament Hill was the first year we'd ever seen live coverage of the National, and for 2023 we're improved once again with this wonderful drone coverage. And yeah, I'm a little bit gutted I'm not watching it from the sky constantly, because it's a very, very scenic course today.
Yeah, it looks stunning, doesn't it?
Yeah, FOMO for real. Although we're off, and it's the under 17 women's championship over 4 kilometres. You'll see in the bottom right hand corner of our screens we do have a course map, which we will be just pinpointing the camera, and you can see the little white dot is the direction of the camera, and it's coming down from the start line at the moment. For the under 17 women's, well, it's around about 5k, 5.2 kilometres, and they do 2 laps of the yellow course. They do a shortened version and then a slightly longer version. For this race, 269 athletes, a full herd of them towing the line, and we've already seen a bit of a breakaway at the front. When the picture closes back in momentarily, we'll keep an eye on who that may well be, and I've got a feeling who I know that will be. And across the bottom of your screen now we have all the athletes entered in for this one. It's a strong start though, isn't it? First 300 metres, bolt to the front with a 15-metre lead.
It's a bold move, and you're fighting that wind on your own pretty much from gun to tape, if that's your plan.
Well, an athlete I know in this age group that likes to do that is Ines Fitzgerald, and because she is a very special talent, and well, we can't wait to see the outcome of this race and all the races today.
That's a pretty impressive gap after 600 metres maybe?
Yeah, it's impressive, isn't it?
Yeah. There she is, round in that first corner there. That's Ines Fitzgerald of Exeter, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so, coached by Gavin Pavey and Joe Pavey. Do we think that's heavy ground? Is she gliding across the course at the minute? Waiting for the grass to be flattened, I think.
I'd say that looks pretty good. We've not had too much rain in the north lately, so we might get some fast races today. Unbeaten in 2023 as well, Ines Fitzgerald, so she's probably looking to keep that winning streak up today, and looks good so far.
Well, bit of a steady incline at this point. I mean, that is a staggering lead, isn't it? I appreciate that times in cross country are not all that relevant, but if you're crossing the line minutes ahead of your competitors, it's an impressive feat.
It's a group of about 13 athletes, quite a way back from Ines, but breaking away from the rest of the field by the looks of it. So that might be the race for the minor medals at this point.
You're never quite sure when it comes to the National who's going to show up and what form people bring. We obviously look at the Northern, Midlands and Southern Championships held in January as a bit of a finger in the air to gauge who may be amongst the medals and the top sort of 10 or 20 athletes, but it is a real lottery because everybody responds so differently depending on the day.
And it's a long old cross-country season as well. I don't know whether that's just a UK thing, but I can remember explaining to my American friends how we kind of start basically at the end of September, early October, and it goes all the way through to March, which is quite a long time to be running in the mud.
Yeah, certainly a couple of weeks' time we have the British Cross Challenge kicked back up again with the final meet over in Loughborough. And then, well, and then it's pretty much into road racing season with the regional road relays and then the national road relays as well.
Yeah, English schools, I'd say, up there for these girls. That's kind of your bragging rights for the next few years, even after your English schools days. Those are some of the best races, I think, of your sort of young career. So up there with the English national and the intercounties as kind of the highlight of the cross country season for these girls.
It's really interesting because I often, amongst my travels across the UK to various athletics meets, and you meet guys and women in their 60s, and they talk about when they went to the English schools, and it's amazing really that these sort of moments from competing in the national, competing in the English schools, last with them for such a long time, and it's quite sweet really to think that there's some
maximum flight altitude reached,
long-lasting memories of this race and this course for many years to come.
Oh, absolutely. And in the younger age groups, I mean, the under 17s, they're under 17s and under 20s rather, they're probably of the more experienced end, but some of these youngsters that will be racing today in the shorter races, it might be their first experience of the national, which is really exciting as well, because you turn up and then you see this horde of people you'll be racing against, which isn't quite the same as the league racing they'll be used to throughout the winter.
Well, if you've got a course map in front of you, Innes Fitzgerald is just going around the sort of D to G section, the drone currently just focusing on the C corner as they turn left to commence the close of their first lap, which is a shortened version of the yellow route on our Bolesworth Castle course. These are the chasers at the moment. We're keeping an eye out for some bib numbers. I'd love to say I have x-ray vision, but my eyes are currently terrible. I can need a new glasses prescription, but it's good. It looks nice out there, doesn't it? It looks really good.
It does. It looks firm underfoot, and it's sunny as well. You can't really ask for more at this end of the country.
Well, plodding through the first 2k, we do know that the second lap is slightly longer. It's around about 3.1k. 2.1k for this first lap, so it's a nice way to break in. We've got a few gloves out there. I don't think I've seen any hats from the athletes yet. Quite often you see them wearing something which they drop off on the later sections of the course. Just look at the traffic coming in as well. Hopefully they've all pre-booked their parking. I saw plenty of advertisements about that this week from the English Cross Country Association.
It's number 19 there, that's Rebecca Flaherty from Bingley Harriers, Yorkshire County champion, and also competed at the World Cross Country Championships in Australia, finishing 23rd, so she's currently in 3rd place at the moment.
Well, I think just sitting there with the arm sleeve is Zoe Gilbody, one of our competitors at the European and World Cross Country Championships. Good position in 2nd at the moment, 50 metres back from Fitzgerald in the lead.
Yep, Zoe Gilbody, Midlands champion from this year, won that race by over a minute as well, which is pretty impressive, so she's looking to stretch out that 2nd place at the moment.
You just get a picture of the distance between the athletes. It is really strung out over the first couple of Ks. They are about to head around the loop to conclude their first lap. You can just see as they veer around the top right hand corner of your picture. That concludes the first lap. This is the sort of finishing straight as they head back towards the black Saucony finishing arch. You'll see that later on, I'm sure. Great to see so many young athletes. Plenty of nerves on the start line this morning, I'm sure.
All gone as soon as the gun goes off though, surely?
Yeah, you'd like to think so. I think when that stiff breeze hits you in the face on the first bend,
there's not much else you can think about.
Yeah, absolutely. Just goes to show how many people it takes to put on an event like this. Well, there is Innes Fitzgerald.
She strikes me as a very honest racer with this kind of gun to tape style that she likes to use in all of her races, gets the most out of herself and doesn't leave anything to chance.
Yeah, she did the same for the Eurocross trials back in November at Sefton Park, and it was a similar sort of victory. She went gun to tape, and the sort of tactic you usually see in track racing, isn't it? But it's a lot more risky doing it in cross country because it's a lot further and you don't quite know how the legs will last. But Fitzgerald is masterclass at the moment.
Just a little look behind her shoulder there from number 19, Rebecca Flaherty. I don't know if she's maybe feeling the burn and just checking how much space she has before fourth, but she's got a good gap at the moment. They are starting to string out.
Difficult to tell between Flaherty and Gilbody, just who's moving that bit smoother. You think they're both quite clear for second and third at the moment. I think that was Freya Murdoch just coming around Stockport Harrier there. Millie Freeland as well from Marshall Milton Keynes. It's great that the national gets transported from the south to the Midlands to the north year after year. It gives everybody an opportunity, maybe put off by the travel, to get to a national championship so local to them.
Yeah, absolutely, and it mixes up the courses as well. It gets you a good amount of experience racing on different style of courses. I mean, it looks to me that this is very different from what we had last year at Parliament Hill. It doesn't get much hillier, so it might suit some of the track runners a little bit more, might invite some of those sort of shorter distance folk to come and race where they maybe wouldn't have done if there's those quite intimidating mountainous hills. Yeah,
for sure. Well, this is the sort of northern leg of the national, and we were supposed to originally be back at Harewood House in Leeds. Unfortunately became unavailable, so Northern Athletics did a wonderful job of trying to find various
maximum flight altitude reached.
Bolesworth Castle was a top pick. First time it's hosted the national, and I get a feeling this won't be the last either. Hordes of athletes coming past the screen.
It's always a colourful affair as well, the national. You've got all the club vests mixed in there, and the youngsters like to accessorise with their colourful socks as well. I can remember those days, matching or not matching compression socks.
Who usually takes it upon themselves to buy the face painting kits?
Oh, it'll be one girl or boy in each club team, and they'll be there for hours before all the races as everyone kind of comes over to get their whiskers or army stripes on their face.
Well, it's just what you like to see. It adds a bit of colour, doesn't it? And it always looks good when you see yourself in Athletics Weekly in the review of the national with your face paint on as well. Saw plenty of that at Bucks a couple of weekends ago too. Oh yeah, Bucks is definitely a different level on the face paint. Different level of celebrations afterwards as well. And I think it's that team spirit that encourages that. The team medals are up for grabs today as well, so a lot of these girls will be thinking about that and trying to get every place they can to contribute to their team scores. Well, Fitzgerald at the front, that distinctive style of hers, tall, rangy runner, and striding for home from the first 100 metres. I reckon she's around about 3.5k now into this 5.2k course. And Fitzgerald, who hails from Exeter, a long journey for her, but still made the effort to get all the way up north just to take the national title. I think £1 million bet on her winning at this point would be a safe bet. If I had it, I think I'd be putting that bet on right now. Just having a look through the entries, and Exeter don't actually have a full team, only one other athlete, Isla Bryson, running for Exeter in this race. So no team medals at stake for Innes Fitzgerald. She's all in thinking about the individual title. Some of the other girls will definitely be gunning for those team spots, as well as finishing up as high as they possibly can for their individual as well. Well, she was fourth at the European Cross Country Championships back in December. She was silver medalist at the English Schools Cross Country 12 months ago as well. We'll surely be looking to upgrade that in 2023. She's a real talent, isn't she? I wonder what event she'll eventually sit on, because she's 3,000 metre runner last year on the track, English Schools champion, SIAB Schools champion. Just wonder where she might find her niche. I think it could end up being a real range. The person she reminds me of from my days of racing in these age groups is Jess Judd, actually.
streaking away from the field, and you know, Jess has represented Great Britain on the international stage from 800 all the way up to 10k, and moving up to the roads now as well. So she strikes me as someone who kind of might have the pick.
Yeah, you're right. She's got very much a Jess Warner-Judd about her, hasn't she? So that distance in front. Nice to see that Flaherty and Gilbody are sort of pairing together. I wonder how much life they'll have in their legs to try and battle it out in a sprint finish.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a head-to-head going on there. I mean, they know at this point probably that they're in the medals. Maybe not what colour, that's not secured yet. So, you know, you never know, there might be a bit of mind games going on there. I'm sure these girls know each other quite well from being on the teams together, and it'll be all friends after they've crossed the finish line.
Well, Gilbody just has the edge in that silver medal position at the moment. Nothing to choose though, is that you can just see the wind. It's you've got to laugh, haven't you? It's
got a clear run at this point, going all the way down the field. You can see the spectators being blown over a little bit as well.
Just got, I think maybe one of the under 17 boys, club athletes, all grouping together on their warm-up run there.
I mean, there's a guy there in his t-shirt though, which does say good things about the temperatures.
He must be from further up north, surely.
I think we might just be about in the double digits today, although as I say, that a bubble hat comes into view just to equalise that out.
Yeah, it was a cool start to the day.
It's quite nice as well, these girls get the firmest course of the day, being the first to run around these laps. By the time the senior men come round, although there hasn't been much rain, it's likely to be quite churned up. So a little bit more thinking to be done about your placement around these corners, staying on your feet.
Great to see so many different club vests as well. A lot of different clubs will have got on their buses this morning, and
very early, I suspect, for some.
Yeah, I think so. I wonder if some came last night, make a bit of a weekend of it. It's great to see. Nothing quite like a pure race of cross country, is there? Everybody gets quite obsessed in summertime when track season comes around, and BMCs and pacemakers and split times and all of that. It matters very little when you get to the cross country season, and you have to learn just to grind it out.
Yeah, it's a very pure form of racing, and it also brings all of those distances together. There'll be girls in this very race that, you know, would much rather be doing an 800 on the track, and there'll also be other girls that are waiting for that 3k to become a 5k.
Well, that is Innes Fitzgerald, who has just crossed the line in first. The first champion of our 2023 national. She collapsed into a bit of a heap, and I think the medics had to help her up. I'm sure she's okay. She has a real unique ability to push herself to the absolute limits, and well, Fitzgerald is the under 17 women's champion for 2023. We'll wait and see who picks up the silver and bronze.
She's definitely left it all out there today, you can tell from the way that she finished that race.
Well, here comes Gilbody in second, just managing to pull away 15 or 20 metres to the good in the latter stages. And we think it's still going to be Flaherty that comes through to take the bronze. And that is our podium wrapped up for the first race of the weekend.
Just saw Flaherty stop her watch there as well. I hope that's going on Strava.
Well, national bronze medalist is something to definitely get on Strava about. Well, that is impressive. And Innes Fitzgerald just to the left of picture with a rose. Not quite sure whose job it is to hand those out on the finish line, but
yeah, the winner's getting the English rose. It's more of a symbolic thing, I suppose, than something you're going to keep and leave in your pile of medals and trophies back home.
I like the high five from Fitzgerald and Gilbody there. It was one where your arm is so tired you can barely get it up to get the other person, but yeah, great to see. Lucy Thomas just coming past the screen there, as was Hannah Foster, still working hard into the final half mile for them. And you're right, the 5k distance is great because it does attract those athletes that might be more 800 and those that are certainly more long distance. It's just the right niche, isn't it, really, to attract some young athletes.
Yeah, and they're coming through thick and fast now as well, so those finishes in these positions really do make a difference. You know, you can just kick a little bit for home and take off 2, 3, 4 people in that last straight if someone's tying up.
Well, plenty of fatigue coming across the line. Tilly Nicol just walking away, and St Albans Phoebe Gill as well. A few red faces. Georgia Bell of Leven Valley just, I think, looking for a bottle of water or something. Well, this is our next race. We're already up on the course already. The under 15 boys championship, down to kick off in around about 5 minutes time. That's over 4k. We'll stay with the pictures of the athletes just coming through in the under 17 women's race. Great start though, Philly.
Yeah, it's a nice way to start it off. I think when I was an under 17 we used to really resent the fact that we were first of the day, but it's also nice to get the race done, get those nerves out the way, and then they get the pleasure of enjoying all of the rest of the other races and being able to kind of run around on the field, cheer their teammates on for the rest of the day.
And do you think many of them hang about to watch the senior women's and
I think
junior races?
Some of them will have to. If they're on one of those team buses that left at 5 o'clock this morning, they'll be waiting around until the veterans of the senior men's finish at about 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a long old day, isn't it? But I'm sure they'll get some layers on, go on their cool down jogs, shuffles. Perhaps for some of them it might be a bit more of a walk on that cool down, but
Usually some good food vans up there as well.
just so many athletes to the right hand side of the screen on hands and knees,
Yeah.
gasping for air still.
The officials will be really working hard to clear this finish area out, you know, those routine, keep moving as you're coming through, and all you want to do really is stop and sit down. You can see them slowly start to come out.
Yeah, we'll be able to go a bit further out.
Well, we'll stay with these pictures
There was a bit where you could get
and pick up the start of the under 15 boys race. 4.2 kilometres, slightly different course. They will go and start on the yellow loop, join it with a red extension and back on the yellow. But yeah, great to see Ines Fitzgerald take the title in the under 17 women's race. Incidentally, her first time, I believe, at the National Cross. Walk in, take the gold, back down to Exeter, job done.
It's a bit of a mic drop move, isn't it?
Yeah, first of many, I'm sure. Away we go then, under 15 boys, championship race, 4 kilometres, 384 athletes. That's how many it looks like on the screen. Just wait until we get to the senior races later on, where we have over 2,000 in the men's. 384 entered into this. It's 4 kilometres. It's one big loop. Slightly different than what we saw with the under 17 women's just a minute ago. Well, they'll certainly come past this corner, which is if you've got a course map in front of you, it's just after they come past the A on your map.
See the names coming up on the bottom of the screen there of the entrants, the boys competing in this race as well. We should be able to get a handle on some of the numbers as they come past the camera for the first time. Looking out for George Wilson of Cleethorpes AC, unbeaten this year, and the Northern Counties Cross Country Championship, champion from last month as well.
Well, just expecting to see somebody come past the corner, but if they've got to this point, which is probably 600 metres in at this time, they'll have been going really well, I think. But here they come, just on cue.
Right on cue.
It was planned, I'll say that. That first burst of adrenaline just settling down as they come into the opening chicane of the race, and I think that's 452 Oscar Shin of Ilkley Harriers, just at the front, looking good at the moment.
That's Ruben Price at the front there of Winchester and District, number 652. Just behind him is Joseph Scaines of Blackheath and Bromley.
Well, this is the first and main climb. It's steeper than perhaps appears, 150 metres or so.
Very different race already to the under 17 women. Looks all to play for here, and they're stringing it out nicely.
It's like a stampede, isn't it, when they come past you? It's like that part of the Lion King where Simba's dodging the buffalo, I think.
You can often feel it in the ground if you're there spectating as they run past. You can feel the feet pounding the mud as they run past you.
It's amazing, isn't it? Well, away they go from camera shot. Do you think these young athletes are thinking about not only individual medals but also the team trophy and prizes as well? How much do you think they consider that coming into this?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you kind of know that you're not someone that's going to be pushing for that sort of top 10, top 20 spot, it's all about those team positions, and it's often a surprise until you finish the race. You don't really know where you finished because it's obviously based on your teammates as well. But it's always nice when you finish, you know, you could finish in the 40s, 50s or 60s and still come away with a medal, which is really nice. It's about that teamwork.
Every place counts. Well, they've just drifted away from our camera shot at the moment. But it is one long loop on the course. It's great to be up in Chester for the first time. As you said earlier, Bolesworth Castle has hosted cross country before, back in 2015 for the Cheshire County Championships. Back into shot they come.
It's been a bit of change at the front as well. Ruben Price just drifting back into that second group a little bit. We've got a new leader at the front. It's number 672, Owen Olphick from Wolverhampton and Bilston. In fact, you can actually hear their feet striking the ground there. It does sound like it's quite firm. So fast running out on this cross-country course today.
It says a lot, doesn't it? Like when you can hear the pitter-patter. It's not even pitter-patter. It's the hammering of the feet, and yeah, it's dry out there for sure. And the breeze will be helping that as well. Just keep the ground nice and firm.
Think back to cross-country years gone by where the pictures of people literally drowning in mud. Very different story today, so we should be very thankful for these conditions. We don't get them very often at the English national cross-country.
It's still a lot more cross-country than perhaps some of the US style cross-countries, which it's like playing on a bowling green really.
Well, they even compare times. They talk about their 5k and 6k cross-country PB, which is quite an alien language to us over here, because we know that it doesn't really matter about times. It's all about positions, because on one day it could take you 5 more minutes to run through the mud because it's actually that bad.
Great to see the variety of club vests and no clear leader at the moment. I'm sure for most of these young men, some of them may well have been here 12 months ago, but for most of them this is perhaps the biggest competition of their life so far, and they'll be learning a lot as they go around the course, finding themselves in those dark places, and it starts to hurt and it's cold, you can't feel your fingers as well. It's all of those sensations going through your body.
Yeah, and this is a great experience for these young athletes as well. They can take with them into the seasons ahead, and they've got English schools coming up. A lot of them will be doing the inter-county nationals, and it's very similar, this style of racing, with a lot more competitors than they're used to, and they'll be finding out how they like to race these sorts of events.
I thought that girl walking towards us had got a suitcase in her hand then, but just a spike bag, I'm guessing. Looks like they've got their national cross-country hoodies on as well.
Yeah, a very prized possession in the younger age groups. You've got to get a souvenir from these races, and you can always rely on there being a stand of long sleeves or hoodies that you wear to training for the next few months until you get another one.
It's not a bad day to buy an extra hoodie, is it? Definitely needed.
You said you were going to Canada.
Well, away they go. I think we're wrapping up the tail end of the pack. They are just drifting away from view really, because they go on this looping red section of the course, and we're keeping our eagle eye out to spot some bib numbers. I'd love to say I know all of these athletes by faces, but that's never the case.
Just in the centre there, you've got number 536, which I believe is Matthew Drummond Clark from Preston. He was third at the Northerns this year and is the Lancashire County champ. Also ranked second in the UK for 3,000 metres last year for his age group. So he'll be enjoying this track race on grass.
We've got Alex Lennon at the front from Sutton District as well in that orange tiger stripe bib. Good numbers in this leading pack. I think we've got around about 15 in there. One just starting to to trail off the back. George Wilson from Cleethorpes.
Yeah, Alex Lennon in that lead group there from Sutton and District as well. Second at the Southern Champs recently. Also his Surrey County champion. He'll be looking to better his 5th place finish from last year's National.
So he's got a deck chair out on the course as well, just in case they fancy a sit down when they're viewing these darker sides of the course. Oscar Davis from Wolverhampton in there as well. Got a couple in the top 50 at the moment. Starting to hurt, isn't it? You can tell.
Yeah, you can see some of those facial expressions arising. Some people maybe started out too quick, some people underestimating this speed that's been set from the front and trails all the way through the race.
Well, we are over halfway in this under 15 boys 4K race. Matt Drunclark at the front.
Yeah, he looks very relaxed up there, looking around, checking who's still with him.
You get a sense that the pace is just slightly nudged up a gear. Seb Hampson in there as well in the red, 6.42 and 6.43 is Jack Marwood as well.
There's also Noah Scott Donkin up there from Huntingdonshire with the pink arm sleeves, very easy to pick out.
Well, he's done that tactically because he knows that we're going to call his name. I like that.
It's a great approach.
I think we call that peacocking in the game, so it's great to see.
I'm not sure the arm sleeves are really needed today. It looks quite tropical.
I'm surprised you've not seen anybody with a hoodie underneath just to like battle the breeze. Nobody's worn a woolly hat yet, which you do sometimes see. The Wolverhampton man. I think we've got Owen Olfig near the front, Alex Lennon, Matt Drunclark and Jack Marwood.
It's interesting just looking at the frequency of the runners that are from, the same club coming through. You can see the depth in clubs like Aldershot and Tunbridge. There's lots of Hercules Wimbledon athletes just coming through now as well. It's great to travel to these events with a big team, your training partners that you see every Tuesday and Thursday evening after school for training. They have their own little competitive approaches between them as well, I'm sure.
Well, this is the long G stretch of the course, just looping back up onto the yellow part, and it is strung out. There is no clear leader in this under 15 boys race. You can just hear the cheers in the background because they are heading towards the finish and have probably less than 500 metres to go at this point. On picture, one slight dogleg turn. You hear that cheer. Somebody is very committed to the cause on the side.
So looks to be a good place for spectators as well. They can probably run back and forth on the loop and get to see the athletes quite a bit here. A little bit quieter further out, but they're getting a lot of support on this stretch.
Well, that's the thing with cross country and road relays. It's the only race you have to run after just to watch it.
Yeah, absolutely. Some parents and coaches will have their watch just permanently on today to track how many steps and miles they're running, cheering everyone on.
Yeah, why not? I think mine will be about 10, but not a bad thing. I think it's great to see, sight for sore eyes, isn't it?
See the cars coming in for the athletes competing in the latter races as well. I'm sure some of the athletes in the passenger seats of those cars will be watching the race and feeling a little bit nervous for what's to come.
Well, I think we've just missed on our camera who got first past the post.
See someone holding a rose there. It's number 672.
And that is Owen Olphig, the Wolverhampton man, out of nowhere. I hope he gives the rose to his mum. Or significant other if you have one at 15.
Perhaps he's got a flower pressing book at home and he's going to keep it for years to come.
Yeah, all 15-year-old boys from Wolverhampton keep them. Yeah. Great to see Jacob Nugent there just getting ushered away. Mansfield lad. Tom Webb as well in the top 50. The officials, our marshals in the pink jackets do such a good job, don't they, to clear everybody out, because it's a safety aspect as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be checking that everyone's okay. You'll have a few people that will sprawl out on the floor, and most of the time they've just absolutely left it all out there, but there'll be a caring voice and someone helping them up to get back on their feet afterwards.
Well, a massive well done to Owen Olphig. Now Scott Donkin there with his beautiful pink arm sleeves. Have you ever fancied wearing anything like that, Billy?
Not sure I could pull off the pink.
No.
It's not my favourite colour. You've got to be careful with the chafe with arm sleeves as well.
Yeah, bit of a rub on the inner arm.
Yeah. I must say they do make you look instantly 10% faster though.
Yeah, they do. Just imagine if you have arm sleeves with go faster stripes as well, just how quick you'd be.
It's probably something that means they're not allowed.
Yeah.
Probably the same sort of benefit as the carbon shoes these days.
Yeah, we'll be getting carbon arm sleeves next, aren't we? Something like that.
Never say never.
Never say never. Next up on the course, the under 13 girls championship race over 3 kilometres, the 53rd time we've hosted this. A lot of nervous young people out there. 3.1 kilometres. Well, they do one yellow lap if you've got a course map in front of you for the under 13 girls course. A to B to C to F to G to J to the finish, and we will hopefully pick up the finish line through the tape. Plenty entered in this 327, and we do have around about 2 minutes until this race starts. I would be so nervous if I was one of the officials standing there marshalling the front.
Are you going to be okay warming up?
It's like a stampede, isn't it?
Yeah, they'll be stopping people from doing any sneaky extra strides at this point, and gosh, that 5 minutes before the gun goes off feels like half an hour sometimes. You're starting to get cold, you can see them all jumping on the spot, getting ready. Just want to get going by this point.
Yeah, it's the worst when it's cold and breezy. I remember from my school cross-country days, you'd stand there on the start line on a Saturday morning and it would just be grim. I think that's the way to describe it. But not too bad when you get to the finish line. You've got that emptiness in your lungs that feels quite good.
Yeah, and those nerves are instantly gone when the gun goes off, because you can't think about being nervous when you've got to think about actually doing the thing. So they'll be trying to find their positions and just settle those nerves, calm down into the race. You can see lots of brightly coloured compression socks on these girls. It's definitely a statement of those age groups. Just holding them on the line.
Lots of elbows out already as well.
Oh yeah.
We had a few
Sharpen those elbows.
We had a few flinches on the left-hand side, I think. A few twitches. Hopefully we don't get any fallers. Yeah, well, we traded the arm sleeves in for bright compression socks. You are right, and great to see the start already. A couple of eager beavers. That is Bolesworth Castle in the background. What a beautiful sight. Well, away they go. All 300 or so of these athletes. It's a good turnout. And here they are, and that is just a beautiful sight. Got some great facts on that lake in the background if you want to hear them, Philly. The house and estate, 6,000 acres, and the lake was dug in 1790. And Stonebridge was the work of Robert Myline, a Scottish architect and civil engineer who was well known in his day. So that's the first history lesson of the day for you.
I wonder if any of these athletes have been to this location before just to appreciate those sights.
Yeah, well, I mean, can you just imagine in 1790 a bunch of men going out to dig that lake without a digger?
Yeah, it'll take quite a while with a spade.
Yeah, probably not a very good spade either. 3.12 kilometres. It's a bit of a sprint for the older age groups, but for these young girls it really is a great challenge, and we'll see them come into picture in just a moment. You never know with these young age groups, do you? And success at younger age groups doesn't necessarily mean they'll go on to win the national and seniors, but it's a great starting point to attract them into the sport, and we'll hopefully see plenty of these young girls on the track in the summer.
327 girls in this under 13 girls race, and the leaders just come around the corner now. See if we can get some numbers on them.
Oh, here they come. We've got a few at the front. Kitty Scott there, 714.
I think that leader is 851 Isabella Buchanan. Got on here that she was joint Southern champion, according to the results on Power of 10, with Kitty Scott. So some rivalry at the front there already.
Joint champion, my word.
It's been a photo finish at the cross country.
That is unbelievable. I don't think I've ever heard of that in cross country ever. I think I've heard it in one road race.
Got to share a medal. I wonder if they had spares.
Yeah. Just crack it in half with a pair of pliers.
Yeah.
Did you compete at the National Cross when you were an under 13 girl, Philly?
I didn't. I was a little bit later to the sport. I think I was probably an under 15 the first year I did it. I can remember my coach telling me to aim to finish in the first 100, and I finished 100th.
Oh, bang on.
It's a real demonstration in doing the absolute bare minimum there.
Well, you set your sights and you achieved your goal, so that's
Hey,
another way of seeing it.
Perhaps if she'd have told me to win it, I might have done.
Well, you never know.
Spent a lot of time looking at the backs of a lot of other people in my cross-country days. Still just as fun though, I think. Running in these age groups, it's more about the fun than the big performances. There's lots of time for that as you get older. And enjoy your running to have that longevity in it.
Well, you're a great example of perseverance, because you went from 100th at an under 15 to 2017 in the seniors, coming 9th and taking the team title for
Yeah.
Aldershot. So,
And I can't believe that's the last time I did the National Cross, actually. It makes me quite sad. It's
When
a long
you-
time ago.
but like, you know, if you look at the COVID period, like
Yeah.
2020 to now, it
Yeah.
kind of like is gone in a flash, isn't it?
It
So,
really is. I feel like I've had a year or two deleted
Yeah.
in my life.
Yeah, big time. Well, here they come, and well, we spoke of Aldershot, and Aldershot are at the front. Kitty Scott leading things out at the moment. Plenty of spectators running across. So they're just coming past the F part of the course and going to do a sharp hairpin bend to sprint back towards the finish. There they are.
Kitty Scott just tracking Isabella Buchanan. Looks like that might be a tactic there to tuck in behind the wind. Away from the wind, rather. Kitty Scott was third at this race last year at the bottom of the age group now as a top year under 13. She might be looking to take the win today. She's got a battle on her hands.
Well, I can tell you the athlete in third is from Hercules Wimbledon, but I cannot tell you the name of that athlete just yet because I can't spot the bib number. But she is in a prime position at the moment. Maybe just wants to try and claw back a bit of a gap and latch onto the back of that Scott and Buchanan charge at the front. Look behind for
That's Isabella Harrison there, number 840 from Hercules Wimbledon. It's just trying to catch up these two girls and latch on. This could be our podium.
Two Isabellas in the top three. Certainly a popular name in 2010, I guess, when they were being named.
Does make our job slightly more difficult.
Yeah,
much easier to slip up.
Cara Gorman in there as well from Chiltern Harriers, just in this green vest as she comes past.
Georgia Ann March from Barnet and District just behind her as well, and fifth before we got a little bit of a gap to the rest of the field. Jasmine Christmas from Cambridge and Coleridge just leading that sort of chase group, if you like.
They're looking good though. I'm impressed. These young athletes still moving nicely and fluid in their running at this point.
Perhaps that's thanks to the slightly more flat terrain they get to enjoy this year. It mixes things up a little bit. It's not what you immediately think of when you think of British cross country.
Not at all. Well, we've got that front leaders, and I think it is Isabella Buchanan who has just got the edge at the moment. Kitty Scott still in second, Harrison in third, Gorman is there in the green of Chiltern Harriers trying to chase down for that bronze medal at the moment. They are on almost the home stretch. Well, you can see why they got joint first at the Southerns, because
pretty well matched by the looks of it.
Yeah, joined at the hip. Harrison just another look over the shoulder, and she's been charged down by Gorman and March as well.
See Stevie Reynolds in there as well from Havering AC. Got some fluorescent shorts from the Aldershot athlete in 713. That's Matilda Robertson.
Well, we could have a bit of a late medalist here. Cara Gorman has stepped up into that bronze medal position, and she is still closing ground on Kitty Scott and Isabella Buchanan. Georgia March in fifth, starting to close on fourth. Maybe she's got a head of steam coming into the latter stages. Here they come. This is just one last left-hand twist. Exciting. The heart must be pumping at this point.
Oh, as soon as they see the finish, that's it. You've just got to go to the arms.
It looks from this angle that Buchanan still has it. Do you think, Philly?
I don't think there's much in it at this point. I mean, it's hard to tell from this angle, but it might be a repeat of the Southern result. Two of them crossing the line first and second. Might not be much in it.
Towards the finishing straight they go. We can't see them on picture. And here they come, striding away. There's a lot of high vis in the way. It's Scott and Buchanan, and coming into it is March as well. March out of nowhere, striding for the line. Maybe Georgia March can get there. Kitty Scott has it.
Wow.
Well, I think it might just be Georgia March coming through out of nowhere, perhaps.
It's a late charge from 5th.
My word. Well, we said she looked like she got some steam up, and unfortunately for Scott and Buchanan, it's not their day, but Georgia March with a fantastic run, a wonderful silver for Kitty Scott. And do we think, Philly, Buchanan got the bronze?
I think she might have just been run out of it.
By Cara Gorman in the green of Chiltern Harriers.
Yeah, it's a tough way to run that. Leading it out for most of the race and having to settle for 4th is often referred to as the worst place to come, but she has left it all out there. Just see her being picked up by one of the officials there.
Oh my goodness. Well, as you mentioned, I think Kitty Scott and Isabella Buchanan would have been thinking it's going to be us two fighting out, and neither of them got the goal, but Scott did a wonderful job of holding on for the silver under a lot of pressure.
And sometimes that can just happen when you think it's going to go one way and you know that it's between you and someone else. Get snuck up on by someone else, and before you know it, the race is over.
Yeah. Isabella Harrison, who was in that 3rd place spot for a long time, just being picked up off the floor, the Hercules Wimbledon athlete. What a finish.
It looks like the orange jackets have multiplied. Might need more officials to help these girls get through the finish area because they're finishing thick and fast. This is where people will be doing some complicated maths to figure out the team scores.
As an athlete, at what point do you know?
Sometimes it takes a while, sometimes it's quite obvious. If you've got 2 or 3 of your teammates in the top 10 or top 15, you can hedge your bets that you've done well enough to at least medal in the team scores, but sometimes it comes right down to one point and it might be your last scorer in the 70s or 80s, so nothing's guaranteed on the team side.
Yeah, if you've got 4 in the top 5, it's a pretty obvious scenario, but you certainly have to be patient for the mathematicians to do their work.
Hopefully we'll have some of those team results to bring you later on throughout the day. They do take a while sometimes. Don't envy the people having to figure out exactly how those stand. We can update you as and when those come through.
Well, the course is clear, and in around about 7 minutes time we have the under 17 men's 6k race, 77th edition of the under 17 race, and we've got a short pause until then, so we'll leave you pictures of the course and be back very shortly.
So we've got the under-20 men just on the start line now. I can bring you through the team results from that last race. Aldershot Farnham and District sweeping the win with 49 points. Chelmsford AC was second with 122, and Windsor Slough and Hounslow in third with 144 points. So some team medals to be enjoyed by the athletes that contributed to those team scores. I think it's 3 for the juniors and 4 for the seniors that contribute to those numbers.
Yeah, I think 4 for the senior women, 4 for the juniors, and 6 for the senior men.
All right.
And then they also do 9 to score for the senior men as well. But I don't think that doesn't count towards the trophy.
Interesting.
But they always publish results to 9. You know what I'd love to see them do for the National Cross, which I absolutely adore? I'd love to see them do a 1500.
Bring in a short course of relay style.
Only 30 entrants.
Invitation only?
Invitation only, like you've got to be sub 4 minutes 30 for women's 1500 or something.
Yeah.
And then, anybody can enter, but they'll take the top 30 and accept your entries. I'd love to see it.
It would be an exciting race to see on the mud, or the grass rather, as this venue is this weekend. You have to pull a few people away from the indoor champs though, I think. Quite a risk coming onto the mud from the indoor banked tracks that they've been used to racing on.
Yeah, for sure, and it's a busy weekend of athletics. Bucks Indoors, we've got the Birmingham Indoor Grand Prix today, and this weekend is also the British Athletics Multi-Event Championships, which they have been hosting this morning, the pentathlon and the first part of the heptathlon this morning over at Birmingham, prior to the Grand Prix taking place, and then tomorrow at the second half of the men's heptathlon, and then also a Midland Indoor Open on the new surface in Birmingham tomorrow. So
it's all going on.
Yeah, all going on.
Obviously this is the highlight, the English national cross country. Of course we've got Scotland national champs on today as well. I'm not sure if the same is happening in Wales.
No, I don't think so. Oh well, not that I can remember off the top of my head. My mind is filled with too much athletics and stats.
I wonder if the Scottish winners are handed a thistle as they cross the race as equivalent to our English rose.
That would be lovely. We've also got Six Nations action today between Wales, England and Wales at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff this afternoon, 4:45 kickoff, which finishes perfectly if you've been at the National or been watching this. So
Great day of sport.
Enough time to watch the national, go out for a 45-minute run and get back. Perfect. Well, we expect to be with you until around about 3:45 this evening. We are awaiting the start of this under-17 men's race. Well, remember, you can get all the live results online today from our partners FR Systems, www.chipresults.co.uk, and you can find the Saucony National Cross Country Championships on there. And this is the under-17 men's race. Keep an eye out on some of the bib numbers. Isaac Henderson is in there, I can tell you that for certain. Cheltenham man.
I think that's James Dargan up at the front there for Aldershot as well. Southern cross country champion, second at English schools last year.
Entries for this under-17 men's race, 334, so a good chunk, similar to what we've seen in the last couple of races.
Yeah, it's interesting. You see 384 entered in the under-15 boys. It starts to taper off a little bit in the under-17s and the juniors, and then it goes right up to 2,195 in the senior men's race. Boys in those junior ranks perhaps busy doing other things that teenagers do when they're maybe falling out of love with cross country temporarily to come back in the senior ranks. That's what I like to think.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll certainly see in the senior races later on just how cross country in this sport attracts all different age ranges, and it is really great to see. Well, the course for the under-17 race is slightly different to what we've already seen. It's 6.3k. There's 2 laps, a shorter version of the yellow lap and then a longer version of the yellow lap in which we have the red section incorporated as well. So a steady start.
See some of the teammates, family, friends and coaches running back and forth on the course. People getting up to some quite high speeds actually to catch their friends, teammates, cheer them on, give them information maybe, how they're doing.
Well, we've got a leading pack of 12 at the moment. Pretty solid. They're just going to turn right here. They're cutting this yellow lap short to head back round towards the finish to start their second longer lap. Around about 2k for the first lap and then 4k for the second lap. The shorter lap's always good to start with, it just breaks things up a little bit. A good pack all together. I'm going to keep an eye out for some of these numbers. Still early days in this under-17 men's championship race.
Quinn Meal-Ingram there from Radley AC. Not a club vest I immediately recognised in the full purple there, but he stands out nicely. Hanging at the front with James Dargan of Aldershot. And we've got Max Fisher of Ipswich Harriers as well up there leading that front group.
Will Rabjohn's up at the front as well. Figure often seen across the age group distance running scene. Jake Stevens from Victor East Kent as well. I like that somebody's brought the cowbell out this weekend.
I wonder if they maybe have travelled up from Highgate.
Yeah.
It's quite a symbol of that club. Could be wrong, could be from anywhere. They were giving them out one year at the night of the 10,000 metre PBs. That's all you could hear charging around that track 25 times.
I quite like it. It gives me bobsled vibes or like Swiss downhill skiing vibes.
Or the Tour de France perhaps.
Yeah, Tour de France as well.
So just be rounding off this first lap now before heading out to do it all again a little bit differently. See all the club tents lined up there. It's got sort of festival vibes, the National Cross Country. It's always a bit of a mission to find your tent afterwards when you're finished staggering along, completely wasted.
Do you think anybody's got heaters in there, little portable heaters?
I'm not sure they'll need them today. There'll be a few big jumbo flasks of tea and coffee, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's good.
It was always a tradition to tape on your shoes, tape on your spikes at the English National Cross Country. For me and my teammates in the age groups, buy some colourful duct tape to go with your vest. Looks like James Dargan has made a bit of a breakaway at the moment. Striding away from 13:32, that's Henry Dover of Shaftesbury Barnet. It's got about 10-20 metres on him. He's got company. Try and get a number on that black and yellow vest there behind him as well.
Yeah, it's like club vest bingo, isn't it, for us?
I want to say Shildon, perhaps.
Oh, I should know, really. I'm embarrassed that I can't pick it out.
There's so many that are very similar that you can almost mix them up as well.
Yeah, big time. Really starting to get stretched out now at around about the halfway point.
It's quite a lonely part of the course. Just one person taking photos for company. There'll be a few athletes extending their stride, I'm sure, as they approach that individual with the bubble hat on. Get a few pictures of the race day.
You want to just, like, you know, a bit of a bicep curl as you go past as well.
They'll always catch you on the downstep though. That's just the way it goes.
The thing is, it's been so cold and the sun's been in, so nobody's really got a good tan, which looks better on photos. So, yeah, they might have to bit of post edits, I think, to try and glow it up. But that was a wonderful drone shot, just to see that festival style campus for all the club tents. We of course only see a picture of the course, but it really is beautiful at Bolesworth Castle. As we said earlier, I'm sure we'll be back at some point in the future. The National always seems to be held at these big regal venues. We've got, you know, Wollerton Hall in Nottingham as well.
Castle Donington as well.
Yeah. well, just the chicane at the moment they're going through from A to B on the course. Starting to stride away. We know that Aldershot are in front. There's the coach park and the minibus park. They're starting to loop along the slightly wider section, this red section of the course now, and you certainly see towards the front we've got a breakaway, and it is Aldershot that lead from Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers.
So still James Dargan out in front at the moment, Southern champ.
I think already you can notice the difference between the younger age groups, and when they get to under 17 it does get a bit more tactical, a bit more serious, and they've got that bit more race experience, and they know when they can start to push the pace and stretch away from the field, and that's what we've seen with Dargan here.
Yeah, less athletes as well. I wonder if that plays a part in just it stretching out slightly quicker. Few people left in no man's land without a pack to sort of shelter from the wind or work together with, and that's always got to be the aim, to work up to that next group. You always get a little bit further working together. None of that for these guys at the front though. It's all out on their own.
Just imagine if you turned up to Bolesworth Castle for a gentle walk today and you saw probably 7,000 or 8,000 people running around, absolute chaos.
I think I'd either run in the other direction or perhaps come back another time, or just cancel the run and spectate some cross country.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great, these aerial shots, because you do see the racing line on the course, just where the feet have already dampened down the ground.
Gives you great perspective on the size of those gaps as well, and I'd say it's staying fairly consistent for James Dargan's lead. He's not shaken off the Shaftesbury athlete yet. They've definitely pulled away from third, but as we've seen in the races previously, nothing is set at this point in the race. Probably just over halfway at this point. 6k course. It started just ever so slightly late. This will be a great point for these leaders to come around and see some of their competitors that have got quite a ways to go, that they've already travelled on this race. Some of their teammates will be able to see how far ahead they are as well, as they just enter this little dogleg part of the course.
Well, eagle eyes, because we're trying to pick out the number of who it is for Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers in second, and I think that is Henry Dover, 1332. And Dover at the moment doing a good job. He's digging deep. You can tell that hurts, but it always does.
Yeah, he's definitely not giving up. It's Henry Dover sticking on the back of James Dargan from Aldershot, and he might even be closing that gap a little bit.
Yeah, I think he has, Philly. Pretty relaxed, isn't he? We saw about 500 metres ago he shook his right arm out, just I think to try and, I don't know, get a bit of blood flow going, because he was a bit cold. But these are the chasers, and currently sitting in third, I'm not quite sure who that is, but in fourth it's Jake Stevens. these are the leaders, and Dover has closed the gap to nothing. It is Aldershot who lead by a nose from Henry Dover.
And it looks like he's making a move. It's going to have to be a strong one. You never want to take your time when you go past someone to take the lead. It's always something I've been taught. If you're going to go past someone and take it on, do it hard so that they feel like there's no way you can go with them. And that's what he's done by the looks of it. He's putting a bit of a gap on James Dargan there of Aldershot.
Well, that is really interesting because he drifted off the pace, dropped probably worse to 15 metres away, and has now got a 2 or 3 metre lead as they start to edge their way back home. This is the corner, the F corner, if you've got a map in front of you, and it's a tough little twist and turn, that section. They cut over a bridge and head uphill ever so slightly, and Henry Dover, the man from Shaftesbury Barnet, has the edge at the moment. He looks relaxed, doesn't he? Not giving too much away on his pace, whereas James Dargan just looks a little bit more stressed and working perhaps just that bit harder.
Yeah, he's hurting. Just got to try and stay composed at this point. Focus on what's in front of you.
1:2.89 in third. That's Will Rabjohns. And Rabjohns currently has that bronze medal position, just holding off Jake Stevens, and that gap is growing at the front. The lead for Henry Dover creeping away from James Dargan, and Dargan, well, he's not out of it just yet. So much can happen. You go off that cliff so quickly, don't you, Philly? And Dover just needs to keep pressing.
Timing is everything in these races, and sometimes there's a little bit of guessing involved in that. You know, James Dargan may have just gone off a little bit too quick, but if he can find his composure now, just get into a good rhythm, it's certainly not all over. That's not a gap that can't be worked back up, so they've both just got to stay focused on the task in hand, and we might have a good race on our hands.
Well, if you saw anything of the World Cross Country Championships last week in the senior women's race, where Gidey, who was eventually disqualified and was leading and pretty much celebrating across the line, collapsed into a heap. And
gosh, yeah.
So anything can happen, even 10 metres from the line.
Just as we say that, he's looking down a little bit, Henry Dover.
Even a few cheers for her. Come on, James. Keep going, James.
A little telling look behind as well. And just as we say that anything can happen, he's starting to look like he's working a lot harder than he was before.
Well, this could be some finish. One veer to the left and they will see the finishing arch in the distance. This is the under-17 men's Saucony English National Cross Country Championship, and with about 200 metres to go, it is Shaftesbury Barnet's Henry Dover leading from James Dargan of Aldershot Farnham and District, two big rival clubs. There is Will Rabjohns of Pool AC in the black and yellow in third at the moment. He's being chased down by Jake Stevens. Where is the gold going to go? They're going to come across the line in a second, but I think it is Henry Dover that has stretched that lead even more now. He's managed to find something else in the final stages, Philly, and it's going to be gold for Shaftesbury Barnet.
That's quite a short finishing straight from the point that you can see that archway over that finishing tape. And at that point, it's pretty much all over. One last look behind from Henry Dover. He's got this in the bag. A little celebration as he crosses the line.
Well, Henry Dover takes the gold. James Dargan, he pushed it hard, and that is a very well-deserved silver. And Will Rabjohns, who ran so much of that 6.3 kilometre race on his own, gets a delightful bronze. But it is Shaftesbury's Henry Dover, who I don't think can quite believe it. They look absolutely spent. It looks such hard work out there. Do not let this put you off doing cross country, by the way, because it is very enjoyable. But what a race!
Yeah, he's on his feet now, just taking a moment to recover and slightly take it all in. By the looks of it, he's absolutely ecstatic. Getting a hug there from probably mum. Some very, very proud friends and family. That's lovely to see.
If it was his mum, he should have given her the rose. That would have made her day.
Oh, I'm telling you, it's the flower collectors amongst the boys.
Yeah. Well, that was some race. A classic in the under-17 age groups. Well done to Henry Dover, James Dargan and Will Rabjohns. Worthy medalists.
Some friends meeting up at the finish line as they come through and congratulate each other, find out how each other's races have gone. And these officials will be making sure that everyone takes their chips off so that they don't go home with them. You don't put your chip back in the bucket. Sometimes get a little bill or your result might not go through. It's the last thing you want to do when you've just absolutely exhausted yourself, is bend over and undo a Velcro strap around your ankle.
Fantastic work from our under-17 men. Next up on the course, it's the under-13 boys 3K. That's coming up in just a couple of minutes' time. Well, we're off with the under-13 boys race.
Yeah, these junior races really come thick and fast. If you're spectating, you really get the most of the action at this time of day.
I think sometimes it's really great to see these under-13 races because they have no fear. They have never experienced lactic, they have never experienced the pain of a national.
Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, massively, and they have no chill on the start line.
They have no chill in training as well, I can vouch for that. I used to train with some of the younger age groups of the boys, when I was in the under 20, under 23 age groups for the women, and yeah, they have no chill at the start of a 30-minute cross-country session either, but they soon learn that they've got to save a little bit and pace themselves, but that's what these races are for. It's all good experience, and they'll be learning all about their race tactics just from doing these events and getting it wrong and then figuring out how to get it right afterwards.
Well, it is only 3 kilometres, same as the under 13 girls. It's our shorter yellow lap, which is a bit of a chicane really, and here they come. And this is this is quick to this part of the course.
Yeah, we've got an early lead that's gapped most of the field. He's got a second place chasing him down.
Hampshire Harrier man, I think.
Looks like 11:1627. It's Thomas Bake from Hampshire Harriers, the Northern champion, Yorkshire County champion, and second last year at the National. Also won the mini marathon last year. He's looking to improve on that silver medal, and looks like he doesn't want to get anything in his way.
Well, second place in that light blue vest, Noah Homer, Reconsaw Valley. Moving nicely as well at the moment.
Noah Homer in second place, also came second at the Midland Championships this year. He's in that second spot again at the National this time around. See if he can hang on to that.
It gets chaotic in these younger age groups. Almost 360 athletes in this lineup. It's stretched out. I remember the first cross-country race I ever did at school, year 7, and I got told to go out hard, and I was in the lead. For the first 200 metres I sprinted for the corner, and a guy came past me who was 11, the same age as me, but he looked like a man, he'd got a beard, and he just looked at me and sort of laughed as he came past. And this was a year 7 cross country race, and he was massive. I eventually finished, I think, I don't know, 15th or 19th or something like that, but it hurt like hell.
Slightly scarred from that experience maybe?
Yeah, but I carried on and did 5 years of schools cross country and stuff like that, but very scarred, yeah, very scarred. It hurts so much.
There's definitely some value in going out hard at some of these races. Not as hard as you would on an 800 metre track race, perhaps, because it's a lot longer to run.
They're going some pace though, aren't they?
They're herring around these corners, and there's actually quite a big lead Thomas Lake has got at this point. And probably over a third of the way in. It's only 3k, the under 13 boys race.
It always amazes me when you see their times down to minute miles, and it blows my mind just at how quick they're running as well. I think we've got Sam Ball in the top 5 from Wolverhampton and Bilston. Ran so well as Wolverhampton and Bilston took the National Road Relays title. National Cross Country Relays title back in November, excuse me. And I would certainly keep an eye out for Wolverhampton in terms of picking up the team medals. They will be there or thereabouts, I'm sure. With Fred Jones and Will Basford.
It's very focused at the front. does Tom Thake at the moment. He's got a nice rhythm, and I think he probably knows that he is all on his own. Just as I say that, Noah Homer comes around the corner, his eyes firmly fixed on the back of the red vest he's chasing down.
Well, interesting movements in third. There's not too much to choose between these two men. The smaller figure in the white vest is Sam Ball.
That's Ewan Withnall in third at the moment. He's just lost one of his pins, his number. Ewan won the Midlands champs this year.
It just goes to show how windy it is when your bib is getting blown off the front of your vest.
Either that or scraping the pin bucket back at the club tent.
Yeah, big time. Lead still with Thomas Thake at the front. Homer in second, and it looks to me that Sam Ball has edged himself into that bronze medal position. Ewan Withnall still in touching distance. It is Withnall that is now in third. It's difficult to see from this head-on shot. They just need to keep moving, don't they? It's important at this point just to keep that rhythm, as you say, Philly.
Yeah, and just a little look behind from Tom at the front there. He's probably just checking how far he's got on second. It's difficult. A lot of coaches will tell you never to look behind you. It doesn't change anything. But sometimes that temptation is just there to find out what you're working with. Whether he's being threatened on his lead. Doesn't look that way at the moment.
Again, another look over the shoulder. I never like an athlete to look over their shoulder unless they're miles ahead in the heat of a championships or something, but I feel like you're just egging someone on to try and chase you down. It gives them perhaps a thought in their mind that maybe you're struggling somewhat, and Tom Thake is not struggling at all because he is full of running. Here comes Homer, looking good at the moment, trying to keep his balance on this uneven grassy ground. Who is in third as they come into shot into the final 300 metres? Well, it is neither Withnall or Ball. We have another athlete we're not quite spotted coming from deep in the pack.
It's a late charge. They've probably got about 150 metres to go now. So we'll see them rounding into the finish line.
Well, these younger under 13 races, they do not mess about. 3k on the course here at Bolesworth Castle, and over the 3k, Thomas Thake from Hallamshire Harriers, a northern man from Sheffield, a Yorkshire man, who are often so good on the cross-country course, and it is Thomas Thake that will take the gold at his first title here at the National Cross Country Championships. And what a win for that young man to take the win.
Practically jogs over the line as well. Definitely didn't need to look over his shoulder at all.
Had a canter and coming through for that silver. A lot of work on his own in that race. Noah Homer, a superb silver, and he's delighted. We love to see that, the Wrekin Store Valley athlete. What a celebration. And the man coming through for the bronze medal, we can't quite spot who it is. It was a tussle over the line in the end.
Sort of handshake between Thomas and Noah there. It's lovely to see the sportsmanship at these kind of races when all is said and done.
Well, we certainly hope we see these young athletes again over the years, and for some of these young boys it could be the first of 50 national cross-country races they could do.
Yeah, it will certainly be some of these boys' first experience of the national. The under 13s, the youngest age they start at.
Well, we step the distance up and the age groups up in just a second before we get to the real senior business end of the competition. Race 6 up for you in a moment, the 57th Under 15 Girls Championship race, over 4 kilometres. Live for you here on YouTube in just a couple of minutes' time.
Well backed up there. A man of experience.
You gotta be, ain't you?
Hey?
You gotta be, ain't you?
Experience, tell
It's
them
windy
that.
up here, I tell you.
Away we go with the under 15 girls race then, 4 kilometres. Just to bring you a bit of a review of the result from the under 13 boys. Tom Thake took the gold, Noah Homer the silver, and Adrian White coming through sprint finish to take the bronze. In terms of the team standing on that, Hernhill Harriers got the gold, Hercules Wimbledon, and then Bristol and West with the bronze. That's where we're at. So under 15 girls, 4 kilometres, and the same distance that the under 15 boys had. It's the yellow loop with the red extension, and it's just a one lap for these young athletes.
Doesn't look like that grass is getting very churned up. It still looks pretty nice running out there.
Yeah, I think if you're a junior men or a senior men coming out for your warm-up about now, having a look around the course, I think you'd be quite pleased, wouldn't you? And you'd be looking at various different parts of the course, particularly on the longer laps, and thinking there's definitely some sections where you can really pick up some speed on the flat.
Yeah, there'll be no 15 or 12 mil spikes out there today. I suspect you probably get away with track spikes even on this kind of course.
It's a day for speed, for sure. We're still waiting to work out who is turning up for some of these senior races. It's always a bit of a challenge to comprehend who is not just on the start list but is actually here in person. We'll touch on some of the key names as we get to those races later on, but the 15 girls are well underway, and 4.26 kilometres for them as they come round for the first part of the course. Eagle eyes to spot some numbers.
Well, first couple of athletes in the leggings and tops under the vest combo, choosing to be a little bit warmer today. Got 2-1-2-7 just in the middle at the front up there. That's Grace Igho. She was second at the Northerns this year.
We've also got Shakira King, who many of you will have seen before in the light blue of Reconsaw Valley. Keep an eye out for her in the leggings.
I think Reconsaw Valley, Shakira's team, might be one of the team contenders in this race. They won the National Road Relays in the autumn. Some of those athletes will be doing this race as well.
Well, Shakira King won the under 15 English schools cross-country championship title last year. She was fourth at Parliament Hill 12 months ago as well, so I think she'll be looking for more of the same here this weekend. Certainly we'll be looking to get amongst the medals. As we said before, they're different courses, horses for courses as the saying goes, and applies certainly to cross-country.
Very much so. Some athletes would have been hoping that it would be a mud bath this weekend. Some people, that is really where they fare better, getting their knees up and out of the mud. For others, they'd much rather this road sort of type terrain, quite flat and easy underfoot. It definitely does change things up a little. On a different day with different conditions, the results can be very different. But that's what makes cross country so much fun to watch and so much fun to compete in as well. So we can just see the athletes through the trees. Doesn't look like there's been much change at the front. There's still a good group of them at the moment. There's 3 or 4 athletes starting to pull away from the Aldershot athlete in 5th.
Well, they are starting to stretch it out.
Athlete in 2nd, Isla McGowan of Banbury Harriers.
We've also got Lila Belshaw from Colchester in the green there as well. And from Aldershot it's Katie Pye.
four almost running abreast at the front there as they break away.
Well, it's a good pack of four, isn't it, really? Spot on in terms of numbers to try and drag you around this 4 kilometre course. Well, you can really hear the cheers from the crowd and families and mums and dads and coaches and supporters, and
really getting behind them before they enter slightly quieter part of the course. Lila Belshaw, who's up there, was the winner of the Southern Cross Country Championships this year, also her county champion in Essex.
well, this is the start of the red section of this one single lap for these young ladies. 381 entered for this, and great numbers really. It looks like a perfect field, doesn't it? Like it's been well mown, well seeded.
It's almost like it was built for cross country.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just seeing the tail end of this field coming through now. Start to break up a little bit more towards the rear of the race. Can hear some coaches really bellowing at their athletes there, giving them encouragement.
It's what you need, isn't it? Like, shouting is not ideal, but a little bit of a punchy encouragement often does you the world of good.
Yeah, as long as it's something positive.
Yeah.
How happily be shouted at in a race. Often you don't even hear any of that, you just block it out and you're so focused. It's often on those not so good days where you're paying a little bit more attention to who's on the sideline and maybe wishing that you were there too.
Yeah, big time. We've still got so many cars coming in, look.
Yeah, it's not the easiest place to access by public transport. We're in the sticks here, so you can see a steady stream of the competitors coming in, probably for the senior races at this point. I'm sure they've got plenty of people marshalling the cars as well as the runners.
Absolutely, and this is a perfect shot. It just goes to show almost, well, we're over halfway in this race, how spread out the field can be, and the likes of McGowan, Belshaw, Pye, King, all there. We do have Katie Pye and Shakira King near the front, just sandwiching themselves either side of Isla McGowan.
It looks like 4 has become 3 up at the front there. They'll be looking to work together to pull away from the field. Looks like it's Lila Belshaw just out in front at the moment from Shakira King and Isla McGowan. Also got movement into 4th, that's Olivia Forrest. She was 2nd at the Southern and has been doing a few indoor races this season as well, so mixing it up with the cross country.
McGowan just, I think, almost running into the barriers there. They're flapping about in the wind, and
it does look like that wind's potentially picked up for these girls.
it looks tough, doesn't it, out there? A lot of red faces. King and Belshaw and McGowan at the front. This is where the medals are at the moment. It doesn't mean it will be that way come the finish.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of movement. They're trading turns at the front. Might be a little bit of working together or a little bit of pushing to get that space at the front, but no big moves as yet. Lila Belshaw just staying in touch with those girls at the front. Looks like it could be Isla McGowan just pushing the pace now.
Well, McGowan was beaten by Shakira King at the Midland Championships. King took the gold, McGowan took the bronze. 21 seconds between them on that day. At the moment, they are toe-to-toe.
It's nice seeing some Midlands medalists getting a bit of airtime. I feel like often they may be thought of as the weaker region with a smaller maybe surface area. A lot of the southern champs come and repeat their wins at the national, but it's the Midlands show today, which is great to see with these girls.
Yeah, Team Midlands from me. Team Midlands. But you're right, I think traditionally some of the southern clubs, Aldershot, Tunbridge, Highgate, always strong at the national. And yeah, Banbury near the front at the moment. As they start to chicane their way through, that's a really challenging technical part of the course where they have to try and navigate two sharp turns, and Forrest is going well in fourth at the moment. Do not discount her at this point. Can't miss her with those bright socks on. McGowan leads from King and Belshaw, and Forrest is there. That is Grace Igo still up into fifth now.
She's just being tracked by Holly Cross, the Liverpool Harrier. She was third at the Northern this year. She's also the Merseyside County champ and came fourth at the Nationals last year. So just one spot behind that currently. It looks like this could be perhaps a key hill in the course that we've overlooked until now. This is a great shot of the athletes just coming around that corner. It does look like there are people working hard to come up to this slight incline here.
It's tough, isn't it? The corners always get a little bit more stickier underfoot as well, and you build up some speed and you want to turn right up this hill and you kind of get stuck in the mud a bit. It's always a challenge to deal with.
Sophie Jack, the Herne Hill Harrier, we just saw coming into shot there. And we're back with the leaders. Coming to the business end of this race now.
I mean, you can throw your hat over all three of them. This is where the medals are at. Forrest is lurking some 10 or 15 metres back in fourth at the moment. Neither one of them looks like they're about to strike a move, but it's easy enough pace.
Yeah, it does look like Isla McGowan might just have the edge at the moment. But you never know what cards the other girls are holding closer to their chest.
Well, Shakira King Shakira King on the track is an 800 specialist, so she's got a lot of flat speed. McGowan just digging deep, and a look over the shoulder from Belshaw. Maybe she's just holding on. Shakira King now, as the ground starts to firm up, puts her foot down and slips it into fifth gear. Has McGowan got anything left? There was 21 seconds that separated these two in the Midland Championships. King has the edge now. Philly, it looks as if King's going to pull away and take this one.
Oh, they look nicely evenly spaced there. It's like they've done that on purpose. Just stringing out. The positions might be set here. But she is stretching away from second. It's an impressive kick, and I think you're right. It's probably that 800 speed there just helping her out in the closing stages of this race.
Well, toe-to-toe for most of this race, Shakira King, Lila Belshaw and Isla McGowan, and it's the two girls in leggings who have strode away, but this is some gap to open up in the final 400 metres or so. Shakira King from Reconcile Valley, they're having a great day already, and she is just cementing that club at the top of the cross-country list at the moment. But for the national, the Saucony National English Cross Country Championships for 2023, the under 15 champion is Shakira King of Reconcile Valley. What a sprint finish to take home the gold. Isla McGowan with a wonderful run in silver, still grafting all the way to the line, and with a fine run as well. Lila Belshaw, who did everything she needed to do. She tracked all the moves, she stuck with the top two throughout.
And it looks like Olivia Forrest just ran out of track there a little bit, nearly kind of caught them towards the end. She was definitely closing. A nice fourth place for her. It'll be tough to take, but she's definitely left it all out there. The officials just helping some of the athletes up off the floor. They're absolutely spent.
You don't see anything like it, do you? You don't see this in track season. Track races hurt like hell, but cross country is something different.
Yeah, it's something special. You can see how many athletes are now coming into the finish. Much closer together. There'll be a second between 5 or 6 athletes at this point. This is when every place really counts for those team standings. I'll try and bring you some of the names of the athletes just crossing the line. See Bethany Troe from Shrewsbury there just walking away.
Hundreds and thousands of people lining the concourse as they come through to the finish. It's a real sight to see, isn't it?
It's fantastic, and I think the spectator count has also increased as people are arriving for the races later on, which is just extra encouragement for these athletes.
Well, a couple of minutes to go until our next race, which is the Junior Women's Championship, the under-20s over 6K. And we'll be back with that in just a couple of moments' time.
Matilda, well done.
And we're off then with the 31st Junior Women's Championship. 6K for these under-20 women. You can see them all just leaving the start line there. The numbers in today's race for the junior women, only 196 entrants. It is the smallest field of the day. It's quite commonly seen with the under-20 women's age group. See in both the men's and the women's side, the numbers just start to peter off as you get to the junior under 20 age groups, but back with over 1,000 competitors in both the men's and the women's race later on. It's just 196 of these girls entered today for the 6K race.
Who's your money on then, Flea?
I'm just looking through the entrance now, and it is a smaller field. It'll be interesting to see who of those girls that went to the World Cross Country Championships have decided to come and race today. It's a short recovery time and it's a long old travel coming back from Bathurst, where those World Championships were. It's a big ask, but I wouldn't put it past some of the girls turning out for their club today.
Well, the runners and risers, the Midland champion Georgina Campbell from Stratford-upon-Avon. City of Norwich might do well because they're top two at the Southerns, Megan Gadsby and Hattie Reynolds. And then the Northern champion Ella Greenway from Cleethorpes. So that's what we kind of use as a bit of a gauge, but doesn't always work out that way in this sport. People pick up injuries, niggles and colds, and people don't start races, but that's where we think some of the medals may go.
It's one of the few races where they've rounded the corner really as one main pack as well, which is interesting to see. Some of these girls perhaps biding their time for a little bit longer. Not a bad move either with a much smaller field. It's nice to have company for a little bit more of the race. It definitely helps when you've got someone to work with rather than battling that wind all on your own.
Well, just as they came around that corner, the leader, Libby Huxley, was silver at the Northern Championships of Preston Harrier. She's got the blue vest on with long sleeves, long socks, just at the top of your screen right now. She's 2.416. She's got a small lead at the front as they come down that hill. Always got to be so careful coming down the slope, Philly, and don't want to try and lose your balance or gain too much speed. It takes a bit of a battering on the old quads, doesn't it?
It does. You've got to be a little bit fearless though at the same time, because you don't want to be so cautious about going down that you lose a lot of positions during those parts of the course. You can see Alice Garner from Aldershot up there in that top group. One of my training partners from days gone by. She's a very hard working athlete. Made her first GB team last year over on the cross. She'll be looking to return the team title to Aldershot this year. They do hoover up a few medals in the team standings, just being part of that club. Quite fortunate to have a lot of depth amongst the team.
Just how is it that Aldershot continuously pump out not just like 4 or 5 good athletes, but like 15 or 20, and there's always competition for places when you get to the road relay season as well. Like it's 3 or 4 teams, you're going down to the D team and you've still got somebody that could be in the top 5 of all the teams.
I do remember one year actually that our B team on the cross country side actually beat the men's A team, which was a little bit awkward. There wasn't much between the boys, and maybe the team selectors got it a little bit wrong, but yeah, it's a club that's historically had a lot of depth, and I think people have asked me this before, it's difficult to put your finger on exactly what it is. I think they've got some great coaches at that club, Mick Woods, Tim Eglin, Trevor Reggett. Also maybe there's something about the military background. A lot of the athletes, they're very dedicated to their training. That's just a theory. I think it also attracts a lot of athletes from nearby when you hear about Aldershot, and perhaps it's a little bit further to drive, but you're going to have some real quality training partners and a really good setup. That's maybe enough to drag some of the athletes away from the other clubs in the area, Basingstoke and Dorking and Mole Valley.
I was at Aldershot track probably 5 or 6 years ago. It was on like a Tuesday night. I turned to the track and they wouldn't turn the lights on. But a couple of hours later, I saw on the fields opposite the track and the stadium just hundreds of athletes running around. It was amazing.
Yeah.
It was really great to see.
Yeah, and we definitely did have hundreds at some of the club nights that I attended there. It's almost like doing one of these races sometimes at the start of a rep. Definitely gives you good practice of getting off the line fast, that's for sure.
Well, we've got around 15, 16 in this leading group at the moment, and they've just come round for the end of their first short lap. 6.32 kilometres this is, so they do one short lap and one longer yellow plus red loop lap, and we're just trying to ascertain some numbers here.
So we've got Megan Gadsby up there, the City of Norwich athlete. She won the Bucks short course cross-country race last year. She trains over at St Mary's and also won the Southern Championships this year. She's in good form. She's got a teammate right behind her as well, the Norwich City. So that's already 2 potentially finishing in the top 10 for Norwich. She puts them in quite a good place for the team standings. We've also got Lily Neat of Winchester up there. Hattie Reynolds of Norwich is that other athlete who was actually second behind Gadsby at the Southern this year. Consequently also came second at the National last year, so she'll be looking to improve that for the gold today.
We've got the Northern bronze medalist from Harrogate, Eve Whittaker, in that leading pack. Helen Weir from Hercules Wimbledon and Lily Neat from Winchester in that black vest. So a lot of athletes, as we mentioned earlier, coming from those regional championships in and around the mix at the moment, and this has been a conservative start to the race, would you say, Philly?
Yeah, I think so, and I think maybe there's a bit of tactics in there. Some of the athletes perhaps wanting to go out a little bit more conservatively and push hard. That would be great to see if someone makes a bold move with a couple of K to go perhaps. But even these athletes at the back of this group, looks like there's about 7 or 8 of them at the moment, not out of contention, although as I say that, it does look like there's a couple just starting to drop off the pace.
Well, in that leading group is our silver medalist from 12 months ago, Ellen Weir from Hercules Wimbledon. Keep an eye out for her. Alex Millard, the champion from 2022. Above this age group now, had a pretty good winter and pretty good campaign over the last 12 months since the National. So Weir, and she'll be looking to try and do one better, and maybe Hercules Wimbledon can better their third place team finish in the junior women's from last year as well. On to the second lap. Is this where it starts to hurt, or a bit too early yet?
Oh, I think it depends how hard you've gone out. Some of these athletes will be going backwards. Others might have saved a little bit from the start and run their race a little bit more positively. Going past people is a much nicer way to run, but you've got to have that control at the start of the race, which is difficult, and it comes with experience. And that's what we can see probably at the front end of this race. Still 10 or so athletes all in touch with one another.
It's a great group, and the bosses at City of Norwich will be pretty happy with this shot at the moment.
Yes, it's great to see 2 of them in their matching vests driving the bus, if you like.
Just to the left of them in the blue with the black arm sleeves and compression socks is Libby Huxley, 2416, the Preston Harrier, silver medalist at the Northern Championships. This race 6.2 kilometres, which is actually slightly longer than what we saw at all of the 3 regional championships.
Just had a look, Libby Huxley Actually came second at the El Goibar International this year, which is not an easy race by any means. It's one of the international opportunities for the younger athletes to go and represent England. There's some great cross-country races over in Spain and Belgium across the cross-country season. Good to get some exposure racing some athletes from elsewhere in Europe. It's great that Libby finished second at that race.
Different challenge, Spain to the northwest.
Some similarities maybe today with the sun shining down on them. No logs to jump over in this race though. They love those over in Europe.
I'm sure people saw numerous clips of some of the logs at the Bucks Championships recently. Looked dangerous.
Had quite a few, didn't they?
Yeah,
all
looked
lined up.
dangerous. It's like a dog assault course rather than a cross-country race.
It's definitely got more extreme through the years. I can remember my last Bucks Championships was a home event at Brunel, and we had a little river for the athletes to run through, down and up the bank. It made for some great watching when people slid back down into the river, unintentionally.
Trudging through mud's what it's all about. There is Ellen Weir in that orange vest just on the outside.
Also got Beatrice Wood of the city of Salisbury up there with that group in the blue vest, just behind the two Norwich City athletes. She's just settling in 6th place at the moment. This group of 8 looking like they might be breaking away.
I get a sense that the pace might just be picking up. We're over halfway now. We're at that sort of 60% stage, and well, do you think the two Norwich girls have perhaps had a bit of a word and said, let's go on this corner, let's wait until this point?
I was wondering whether there's been any sort of race planning amongst the two of them. I mean, coming from the same club, being training partners, I'm sure they're friends as well as teammates. They will know that they're in a similar shape and perhaps can do some damage by working together and having a race plan that is kind of invested in one another as well. Of course, if it's the two of them that do end up breaking away, all of that will go out the window when they're fighting for that gold versus silver, but not quite there yet at the moment. They are leading this pack and they're doing a great job of it as well.
Sometimes a bit taboo talking about tactics with your teammate and potential competitor, because whilst it's an individual sport most of the time, it's also a team competition, isn't it? And actually, you know what, they can both run it in a way which will mean they're more likely to get a gold and silver between them rather than
Absolutely.
a gold and 4th.
Yep, definitely. And I mean, it depends how far back the next Norwich City athlete is, but getting a 1 and 2 punch would definitely be a nice start. You see a Norwich City athlete coming across our screen there. It's a little bit further back. Just to bring you some of the team results of the under 15 girls race that we just saw, it was Rotherham Harriers that took the win with 85 points. Liverpool Harriers coming in second with 117, and Marshall Milton Keynes in 3rd place.
Course still looking beautiful here at Bolesworth Castle. If you're just joining us, this is the Saucony English National Cross Country Championships for 2023. This is the junior women's race. And we are coming towards the conclusion. We still have 7 athletes in the mixer at the front in this leading pack. Coming towards the end of this red section of the course where it starts to get a bit twisty, a bit technical, and the pace will certainly start to increase. We're probably around about 1,200 metres out, do you reckon now? Something like that, maybe a bit more, like a mile out from the finish.
Yeah, I expect so. And they are definitely turning the screw. As you can see, athletes are starting to drop off the back of this group. They're starting to stretch it out, and it looks like it's Meg Gadsby still at the front there. And Beatrice Wood from Salisbury rather, just splitting up Meg from her Norwich City teammate. These two might be starting to get a gap on the field.
Well, a few cheers for go on Lily. That'll be for Lily Neat of Winchester. She's just in the black strip, around about 5th or 6th, just trying to find her way through at the moment. Well, we know that's Hernhill Harrier in the black and red. Just trying to work out who that may be, either Phoebe Bowen, Poppy Craig McFeely, Caitlin Hewitt or Heve Hunter. And I think that is Poppy Craig McFeely, 2-3-8-1. So she's in the mix, going well too. Dropping just off the back now is Ellen Weir at the moment. Hercules Wimbledon athlete, silver medalist last year.
These two starting to definitely pull away now, fighting for their place at the front, followed by Libby Huxley leading the chase charge.
Well, Salisbury versus City of Norwich, two teams from the south.
In fact, all teams from the south apart from Libby Huxley from Preston repping the north in this front end of the junior women's race.
Well, it could still be a gold and silver for City of Norwich. Got a bit of work to do to get to that point, and they're starting to just bob and weave their way to the finish. Whittaker in the blue of Salisbury. I love just hearing the occasional cheers from mums and family on the touchline. This is where it gets technical. This is a great shot from our drone on the course today, and it's tight. Having that inside line really important. You do need to work so hard. You don't want to lose your cadence at this point. Meg Gadsby, City of Norwich. Eve Whittaker, City of Salisbury. And then Winchester. Oh, Beatrice Wood rather for City of Salisbury. At the front in the blue, with Meg Gadsby just being chased by Lily Neat from Winchester at the moment. Here comes Aldershot as well. Don't count them out just yet for a team medal.
Yeah, Hattie Reynolds, Gadsby's Norwich City teammate, just drifting back. I think she's in 5th position at the moment.
Well, we can see our leading three. Perhaps too early to call just yet, but likely this is where the gold, silver and bronze will go. It's Neat, Wood and Gadsby. This is the hard part of the course. You get a sense of the finish. You know it's just out of sprinting distance. You need to keep on the pace. Got to stay rhythmic, and the breeze at this point, you can just see it by the banners. I'm surprised they've not ended up all over the shop today, because it's a tough part of the course.
Yeah, I'm sure some of the athletes wouldn't mind a windbreak out there today, but they are starting to separate. This is the point where you're not wanting to share the load anymore. It's getting to the 600, perhaps 800 metres to go of the race. And they'll be able to see the finish soon. I would say at this moment, Beatrice looks slightly more comfortable, but it's hard to tell sometimes. People have their own sort of race faces on, and that might not be anything to go on. The Winchester athletes just hanging on there as well.
Well, for all the wind, the firmness is certainly helping these young ladies out. It's at the point you feel you may want to just try and sprint for home, but you don't want to leave it or you don't want to go too early, and you don't want to leave it too late either, because it is these two athletes, Gadsby and Wood. Wood in the blue just has the edge. Lily Neat has put herself into a fine position for Winchester. She had a look over her shoulder a couple of moments ago, and I think she senses she's on the podium at this point, but where's the gold and silver going to go?
And I don't think it's impossible for Gadsby to make up that gap at this point. They've still got about 200 metres going into the finish. Wood does look to be pulling away a little bit though.
Well, that is some break, and it is that corner as they go past the wooden shingles across the road that everybody seems to be stepping up the pace a bit. And Beatrice Wood from Salisbury in the blue vest pulling away from the Southern champion Megan Gadsby. And this would be some fantastic win for Beatrice Wood. The big group, it trickled down. Athletes dropped off one by one, and it was only Beatrice Wood and Megan Gadsby. But today at Bolesworth Castle in the National Junior Women's Cross Country Championships is Beatrice Wood, who's going to take the gold medal in fine style. Megan Gadsby, she gets the silver medal for City of Norwich to add to her Southern title. And coming through for a fine bronze is Winchester's Lily Neat. And what a race that was, Philly.
And it's a tough one for Gadsby. I do feel like she did a lot of the work, so she might feel a little shortchanged with that silver there, but just looking at her result from last year, she finished 10th at this race. It's a fantastic improvement to come second at the National, and her teammate just coming in behind her there in 5th or 6th. They've also got another Norwich athlete who finished 7th at the box cross country this year, Kate Willis, so we'll be looking out for her coming through to see where they sit on the team standings. There's 5 or so athletes for Norwich entered on the smaller end of the team entries, but when you've got athletes at the top end of the race, it can really make a difference in those team points.
We're still a few athletes to come across the line to make up the top 20, and they all come through with a flourish. Can't quite believe we're at this point already, but we have 3 races to go. We're just waiting to see where the other City of Norwich athletes entered may have finished, because they're in a good place, as you say, Philly, for that team medal.
I do think I'm seeing the 3rd Aldershot athlete potentially crossing the line now. Is that another City of Norwich athlete there? Or is that Hattie Reynolds from earlier on, just recovering?
It's a sight, isn't it? Legs just bowing underneath the
oh yeah,
athletes there.
Knees just giving out. It's that runner's fetal position of hands on knees.
We had a funny sight at Sefton Park for the Liverpool Cross Country for the Cross Challenge Series and European Cross Country Trials. An athlete came across the finish line and just vomited as he was walking. It was quite hilarious, but also disgusting at the same time. We've not seen that today, so.
Oh, I'm sure those instances have happened, perhaps off camera. One of my teammates did that right in front of me at English schools one year. I did not quite know what to do.
Yeah, nothing quite prepares you for it. Ellen Weir just to the right of picture. Maybe Hercules Wimbledon might be able to get amongst the team medals as well.
Yeah, we'll give you the standings from the team side as soon as we have them. You can check the results on FR Systems, the Saucony National Cross Country Championships. If you want to find out where exactly people have finished.
Still plenty of action to come. We've got the Senior Women's Championship up for you in a couple of minutes' time. That's over 8k, the longest race we've had today. Two big laps of the course.
So those team results coming in then, and it was Norwich City with the win on the junior women's side, AFD in second, and Tonbridge taking the bronze for the under-20 women's race. Fantastic reward for those Norwich girls working so hard together at the front, completing the team with a gold medal at the end of it. So the senior women are off for the 90th English Cross Country Championships. 8k for these women. It's the longest race of the day so far. And there are 1,060 entrants down today. That's something special, isn't it?
It's good numbers, and that's what 1,000 people running in the same direction looks like. What a sight. Bolesworth Castle in the background, and the lake, which was, as I mentioned earlier, it was dug in 1790, so Second history lesson of the day. It's probably fair to say, Philly, that you'd back your AFD girls to take the team win here.
Oh, I mean, I've got to. There's a great history of bringing this title home with us. The last time I did the national cross country, we were in that spot, so I definitely back the AFD girls to do that again today. Won't be without a fight though. If Charnwood can turn out all of their top athletes, Gemma Steele winning the Midland this year. Also got the Tonbridge girls to fight against. Leeds City will have some good athletes up there as well. There'll definitely be a battle on the team side of things.
Well, Charnwood's an interesting one. Down on the entries, we've got Gemma Steele, won this title a couple of times, European cross country champion in 2014. I can already see her out on the course. Also Samantha Harrison, she's down on the start list, but I don't think we can see her as yet. And if she was running along with Hannah Nuttall, that would be a great team for Charnwood. But they won the cross country relays back in November, so but as I'm a big Gemma Steele fan, so I'd love to see her come back and take it again.
Yeah, it's great to see Gemma Steele making a bit of a cross country comeback this year. She's definitely a name to contend with in the years gone by. She's run for Great Britain numerous times on the roads and on the cross country, and it's great to see her back at the front end of these races after winning the Midland Champs this year.
Well, it's already starting to stretch out. I'm trying to pick out a few names and numbers. We've got a Hallamshire Harrier athlete at the front. See Julie Emerson of Coventry Godiva in there as well, 12th at the National 12 months ago. Silver medalist behind Gemma Steele at the Midlands in January.
I think that Hallamshire athlete, it looks like there could be two of them right at the front there. One of them is definitely Philippa Williams of Hallamshire Harriers, coming first at the Northerns this year, and it looks like we could have a bit of a rerun of the under-20 women's race. Two girls from the same team driving the bus at the moment.
We've got about 12 athletes in that leading group, although it is a bit stretched out, and this is a sight, isn't it? Spectators jogging across the course to keep in view. Well, 8 kilometres, it's 2 laps, that's what we have them on, and they do 2 laps of the full yellow and full red course, so they're at a pace at the moment, already stretching away towards the red part of this course. Well, we did have a Jess Warner-Judd down on the start list, but it doesn't appear that she's competing.
No, I think you'd be able to spot Jess pretty quickly if she was in this race. She'd definitely be in that front pack. She's got a very distinctive running style. No national cross country for Jess Judd today. Perhaps opens it up a little bit.
Yeah, no Jess Judd, no Sam Harrison. Do we know if Louise Small is racing?
Haven't seen her yet, but she's not in that lead pack. Tell you who is in that lead pack though is Sarah Aston, who is in great form at the moment, the Belgrave athlete. Ran at the Commonwealth Games last year. She's having a great season at the moment, is Sarah Aston. Rebecca Murray up there as well for Bedford and County, and that's Olivia Mason as well. I can see just behind Gemma Steele there with the black arm sleeves on. Phoebe Barker, Tonbridge, sitting in around 6th position at the moment. And that looks like it could be Philippa Stone just off the back of that group.
Well, they're just starting to stretch away down the red extension part to the course.
Olivia Mason, who's in that group for Border Harriers, running for Leeds Uni as well. She was 14th at the Bucks Cross Country Championships this year.
Got a few athletes just dropping off the leading pack here. We're down to 7 or 8 now. This first lap starting to stretch it out. It's an honest pace at the moment, Philly. Tough to go with.
It is, they're still working together, I'd say. That group up at the front, no one looks hugely uncomfortable. Rebecca Murray, who's up there for Bedford and County, she's got great cross-country pedigree. She made GB teams for the World Cross Country in 2017 and the Europeans 3 years in a row from 2014 to 2016. Her best finish at the National so far is 6th, so she'll be looking to better that today and maybe even get on the podium.
Well, we did perhaps expect to see Georgia Taylor-Brown, 4th placer from 2022, 4th placer from 2019, 4th placer from 2018 here today, but it doesn't appear that she's made the start line. The Olympic and Commonwealth gold and silver medalist in the triathlon.
We've also got Neve Bridson-Hubbard in there for Blackheath and Bromley. I think she's one of the athletes that maybe wouldn't mind if there was a short course today, but going at it over 8k and holding her own as well up at the front there with Gemma Steele, Sarah Aston, Philippa Williams.
Well, it is honest. Rebecca Murray in the blue just sitting there at the moment. Gemma Steele just on the outside, and she's in a good position, holding well.
Phoebe Barker's another athlete with great experience over the cross country in the junior ranks. She's made quite a few GB teams in her time as well. Not sure if Tonbridge have turned out the strongest team today, but she'll be looking to place as highly as she possibly can, regardless, I'm sure. Just dropping off the back of this group, we've got Sophie Tarver from the Wirral AC. She's hanging on. There's quite a bit of a gap before any chase pack, so this medals are probably in this group by the looks of it.
Well, I would just wonder if it does come down to the final 2k and Gemma Steele is near the front of the pack, whether or not, knowing her pedigree and her history of winning this title twice, winning the national cross relays in November, European champion, I just wonder whether that plays into the psyche a bit, because knowing that she's got that credential behind her certainly may put some athletes off.
She's certainly got the experience. There may be a few of the younger athletes in this race that perhaps don't pay that the respect it's due, having known who Gemma Steele is over the years. She's 37 now, so definitely the most experienced at the front end of this race. She strikes me as someone that won't want to leave it too late though. She's much more of a longer distance focused athlete, so if she's going to make a break for it, she's probably going to do it sooner rather than later. She may well have company. And that's actually Lauren McNeil, the Hallamshire athlete, at the front there.
Well, it's interesting to note that the medalists from the last 5 championships are not within this leading pack, so we'll have a couple of new or potentially renewed faces on the podium this evening. Another Hallamshire athlete, Philippa Williams, there with Julie Emerson from Coventry just tailing behind.
Just seen Georgie Grech go through for Herne Hill Harriers as well. She's on really good form this year. She's just detached from the lead group. Also around 16:06 at the Battersea Podium 5K, just gone last week. That's Neve Brown coming through for Aldershot. Kate Estley, that looks like it could be the team.
Was it Kate Estley with the glasses on there, was it?
Yeah.
Love the style, can't beat it. Keep the wind out the eyes, which is a smart move.
Perhaps Jenny Meadows inspired.
Yep,
the glasses on, be your older ego.
Wow, the group just dripping down to 6 athletes now.
Yeah, it looks like that's Phoebe Barker just getting detached and running on her own there. It's really difficult when you find yourself in that position because there's a long way back before there's any company, and you definitely don't want to go backwards if you can help it. You've got to really try and focus your mind and find a rhythm and believe that you can catch them back up, because anything can happen at this point.
Well, we're coming towards the close of the first lap and the close of the first half of this Saucony National English Cross Country Championship Women's 8 kilometre, the senior women's race. Right, 8th of the day so far, and they've come thick and fast. It feels like it's gone by in a flash, Philly, and this is where the real racing starts.
Yeah, you can just start to see even some lapped athletes on the course, which just shows you how fast these girls are going. And also, I think one of the most beautiful things about the National is that all these women are in one race together. You've got the veterans all the way up the age groups, and there's something pretty cool about 1,000 athletes starting all together. Just looking at some of the athletes who are looking for a top 10 finish.
Sophie Wallace there, Lincoln Wellington.
It's great to see so many spectators out. 2 or 3 thick at some points. This is coming past the finish. I can see Louise Small there with the blue arm sleeves.
Well, this is the turnaround point, the horseshoe, which has kick-started these ladies' second lap, and it's just trickling, and the tap is dripping, and the athletes are falling off one by one, and we've gone from 12 down to 10, 8, 6, and now we're around about 4. And I think we've got Neve Bridson-Hubbard just trickling off the back. So Sophie Tarver still just holding in there in the white vest as well. I think she's in a good place. We'll be looking for one of her best finishes ever at the National.
Yeah, I mean, I can see Sarah Aston at the front there, and I think if I had to call it now, I think that's probably where I'd put my money for the win. She looks really strong. She's had such a fantastic year, and she looks the most in control at this point out of those athletes. Gemma Steele's not going to give up without fight. Niebritz and Hubbard still up there, and that's Lauren McNeil just trying to hang on in 4th place.
Well, all will be revealed. Murray in the blue, 6th at the moment. Well, still with Aston at the front, and away goes McNeil. It is these three using this downhill section again that we've mentioned already, building the speed and keeping this bus moving forward.
Yeah, shoulder for shoulder coming down this hill, and Niebritz and Hubbard's in a smart position there. She's not fighting for any ground, but she's staying in touch, and it's quite a good spot to be to conserve as much energy as you can before this really blows apart.
Well, I think the wind as well, being in that position just tucked behind 2 athletes is not a bad place to be at all.
Yeah.
Well, it's a great sight. It's great to see. Laura McNeil has been dropped off those leaders quite quickly, and she'll find herself, I'm sure, just trickling back towards the likes of Tarver and all the way back with Murray as well, so that they can have a bit of a catch up and perhaps just build off each other's energy into these latter sections.
Yeah, and Rebecca Murray looks like she's hanging on to that pace. She might go past Sophie Tarver in a minute. She's someone that I would back actually to pick up a few places towards the end. She's a strong athlete, Rebecca Murray. She was always one of the ones at the front of those races through the junior ranks and has stayed the course all the way up to the seniors, which is really great to see.
Well, it's interesting to sort of point out that our under 23s and senior women from the Eurocross back in December in Italy, none of whom are here on the start line today, and of course we had the World Cross Country champs last week, Abby Donnelly, Megan Keith, Amelia Quirk and Poppy Tang, none of whom are here at Bolesworth Castle in Chester, probably because they are still suffering with jet lag, although some athletes have decided to do it. But we are going to have somebody perhaps that maybe based on the winter form book wasn't somebody we were looking at.
Yeah, and they're almost 3 abreast here. Niebritz and Hubbard just pushing the pace. She looks very relaxed. Gemma Steele's got that very rocky running style. She swings her arms. But none of these 3 look like they're struggling at this moment in time.
Well done, Neve. Just the 3 of you now.
They are well clear of the rest of the field. You just hear one of the spectators there communicating with the girls that it is just the 3 of them, and he is not wrong there, because there's quite a gap before Lauren McNeil from Hallamshire in 4th position.
I think from just a weather perspective, it's going to be really tough on Lauren McNeil. She's out on her own. These 3 athletes, they can mix it. One can take the lead, the other can try and shield themselves for a bit of recovery. They're not going to have long until they get to the finish. We're probably 10 minutes due, but I think for Lauren McNeil there is still a chance she can get back in with a medal, and there's still a chance she can get back with the medal, because in a moment, as you can see, coming in the opposite direction, we have some athletes towards the back of the field, and when you can start to pick off one by one, it just gives you that bit of energy and momentum to keep on top of your pace.
Yeah, absolutely. They can use those lapped athletes as markers to pick off, as you say, and to regain their focus when there's nothing else to look at in front of you. It does look like there's nothing between them at this point.
Well, what do we think? 3k or so, maybe a bit less to go, around about that.
29 now.
They're coming towards the back end of this red section of the course.
Sarah Aston has taken her turn at the front. It's one thing that's great to see with these three athletes is that they do look to be sharing the wind, whether that's intentional or not. They are having their turn at the front, taking the brunt of that wind. And it looks like Gemma Steele might just be being challenged. She's hanging on at the moment, but there is a little bit of daylight opening up between her and Sarah Aston and Neve Britton-Hubbard at the front.
Well, we don't exactly know, but I think it's around about 2 to 2.5k at the moment. Gemma Steele just getting back in the mix on the outside, just judging that move nicely. This is the danger zone part of the course because you're away from the crowd, you're away from the energy and the buzz of everybody else. But as we mentioned earlier, they will come back round to some of the athletes towards the back of the field, and they can use that to try and pick off some numbers and get some energy.
Yeah, and it's still really good running on this grass, you know. It has not got churned up at all, so they haven't got that to contend with. There's almost less distractions, if you like, and they're just focusing on the position that they're in and the part of the course that they're at.
Exciting. I can feel this race bubbling. The pan is just being turned up a notch from simmer.
Yeah, and I get the impression that at some point someone's going to have to make a break from this group. You really couldn't call it at the moment. This is where they're going to have to just be a little bit careful as they come past the lapped athletes. It's when you throw a corner in the mix and 2 or 3 athletes at once that things can get a little bit hairy.
Well, they wouldn't have experienced this type of volume of athletes at their county or regional championships. It's only when you come to the national do you ever get to see this many, over 1,000 athletes on the course at once, and it's something you have to learn to manage because these athletes, they're not all on one side. It's not like a track where you can easily go around somebody. You are bobbing and weaving in and out of them, and it's a challenge, it's an experience.
Yeah, for sure. And I think for some of these athletes that are, you know, at the back end of the race, it's probably quite motivating to see how fast these girls are coming past them at the front end of the race. You really can brush shoulders with the girls that are going to be standing on the podium, which you don't get in many races.
I'm trying to judge based on their facial expressions who I think is just feeling that bit fresher, and I don't think I can call it. I think it is so close. I would say marginally Sarah Aston, but I think she's a bit of a silent assassin. She's got no poker face, and it's difficult to see. Who could call it? On a knife edge.
Yeah, it's tough. And I've trained over the years at various times with Sarah Aston and Neve Britton-Hubbard, and they both have a surprise up their sleeve at times. Just as we say that, it looks like Sarah Aston and Gemma Steele are pulling away from Neve Britton-Hubbard at the front. 3 might be down to 2. I wouldn't count her out yet.
Well,
putting the gap on her.
Edgy stuff. Steele, Aston edging away from Britton-Hubbard, and there is nothing to choose between them at the moment. I hate to talk about an athlete's age, but 37 years of age, the experience, the quality that Gemma Steele has in her locker, a resurgent form. She's the Midland champion, she's the county champion, the national cross-country relay champion. She's won here twice before after a 9-year hiatus. Can she get back and do it again? Sarah Aston is not going to let her have it her own way. This is the tough uphill section. Oh, Steele just taking a bump. Well, we said it was going to be a challenge. Steele just needs to stay true on the course here. It looks more churned up around here, doesn't it, Philly?
It does, yeah. I think maybe this is the clay section of the course. We've had lots of athletes run through there, and it's perhaps starting to get a little bit sticky. I think perhaps catching that athlete might have just put Gemma off a little bit at that moment. She's starting to regain her composure, try and catch up with Sarah Aston.
Less than a K to go. It's all hotting up, Aston with the lead from Steele. Steele just took a bit of a knock, and well, you lose half a stride off your balance and it really knocks your rhythm, doesn't it? It takes time to build that back up.
Yeah, it sometimes just slips your focus as well, and you've got to bring yourself back. Completely forget about that. The race is in front of you, and Gemma's got plenty of experience in that. That's exactly what she's doing. But Sarah Aston's going to be twisting the screw now, winding it up. She has got track speed, running over 5,000 metres for the Isle of Man at the Commonwealth Games last year.
Sarah Aston looking to go better than her 13th last year. She's going to get amongst the medals, but which colour will it be? Gemma Steele's surely not going to let her have it all of her own way.
She was around 8:56 over 3k last year on the track, Sarah Aston, so she's got that track speed. If Gemma Steele wants to get one up on her, I think she's going to have to push it from here.
Aston looks relaxed, just wipes her face. Steele on her shoulder now. She's clawed that marginal gap back, and we have around about 400 metres to go as they just veer left in a few moments. There is nothing to choose between them. Aston digs deep. This is where most people have made their break. Steele, can she hold on? It's a meandering uphill climb. You can see as they head towards that Saucony arch, which marks the finish. Is Steele just eyeing up a move here? It's tight as they twist round, and they've got athletes to overtake as well. Well, it's hard to see from this angle. I think it is still Aston in the lead. Steele biding her time perhaps.
Yeah, she's gone to the arms. You can see that she's really trying to pick up her tempo. Coming into the closing, maybe 150 metres at this point. And Sarah Aston has got a bit of daylight on Gemma Steele.
Well, Sarah Aston has dropped the hammer with 150 metres to go. You can see the wind is blowing here at Bolesworth Castle. And Sarah Aston has looked so composed, the poker face throughout this race. She's looked efficient, she's looked controlled. Gemma Steele could have had it. Sarah Aston has been dominant in this final 400 metres, and the Belgrave Harrier is going to take gold at the National at Bolesworth Castle for 2023. What a win, what a run. Her best ever finish, and Gemma Steele sublime for a silver medal.
And what a race as well. I think they'll both be pleased with that, considering how hard they worked together throughout. Niebritz and Hubbard just coming in for the bronze there. Great race from her.
Wow, that was superb. That was a good race.
It's a great way to run it, working together for the most part, and then keeping us guessing towards the end there.
There was nothing in it, was this? The final 100 metres is Lauren McNeil comes across the line, and here is Rebecca Murray, and I think just behind her Sophie Tarver coming through. We've got Philippa Williams behind her. We're still making up the top 10. I think that is Julie Emerson coming through for 7th of Coventry Godiva, bettering her 12th last year. That's a good finish for the Midland silver medalist.
It's a great second half from Philippa Williams as well. 2 Hallamshire athletes across the line. It's a strong team start from them.
And I think we just have to keep an eye out on some of the finishes here. We've got I think that's Kate Holt from City of Stoke as well. Always high up at this level.
Olivia Mason just crossing the line there.
Hallamshire Harriers with their 3rd athlete across the line just now.
I think that's a Charnwood athlete I can see there as well.
Yeah, Sophie Wallace, I think.
Yeah.
Well, we are trying to pick faces out of nowhere. I think we can see another.
There's Louise Small. Just finishing there for Aldershot. Phoebe Barker. Tough second half for her.
Well, I think it is absolutely fair to say that was a belter of a race, Philly.
Great run from Sarah Aston.
I mean, if you look at her record over the years, she is slowly chipped away at the national cross, and she was 9th in 2018. She was 41st in Leeds in 2019, 21st at Wallerton Park in 2020, last year 13th, this year she's only been inside the top 10 once before. It can happen on the day, and she was sublime.
See Lauren Hayes there from Hallamshire as well, just congratulating her teammate. There's a few Hallamshire athletes across the line, but I've seen a flurry of Aldershot athletes across the line as well. Eve Brown, Kate Esley, Louise Small, Lauren Hall, all gathering in the corner there.
Well, superb running from all the athletes. A word on Gemma Steele as well, to come back here and take a silver medal in fine fashion. So close, that bump, okay, out, but she did well to close the gap in the end. Aston just had a bit extra.
Yeah, and it's just great to see her back throughout this season, not just coming back to racing but also contending for these titles. It's difficult making a comeback, but especially when some people may have put you on the shelf and decided that you've had your time. Gemma Steele's back to say, no, I'm still going to make a go of this and challenge for the win.
I love it, inspiring. I'm going to get out and run tonight just because I've seen Gemma Steele here today. Well, I'm out of breath. Next up on the course, we have the junior men, our penultimate race. That goes in around about 12 minutes time. The 75th Junior Men's Championships. The National Cross just keeps giving and giving, and we'll have more of that to come for you in around 10 minutes time.
Great work. Great work, Alison.
I always feel like people are going to be annoyed when they're waiting for you to know they're not.
So they're going to start this one, so there's still some of these stragglers out on the track.
Welcome back to the Saucony English National Cross Country Championships for 2023. On the start line for you now, it's the junior men's race over 10 kilometres. Hands are on watches. I'm Scott Eburn and Philly Bowden is with me still in the commentary box. Bolesworth Castle in Chester is our venue, and this is our penultimate race of the day. The 75th junior men's 10 kilometres. I heard every 25 years they do something special, so they've actually got to crawl across the line this year.
That'll be a sight to see.
Yeah.
268 men entered for this race. One of the smaller fields of the day. Perhaps we'll see a slightly more tactical affair, as we did with the women's under-20 race.
Well, the 10k course, just slightly under 9.74. We do 2 laps. The first lap is around the yellow and red, and well, the second lap does an extension we've not seen yet for the first time. It's around about 1.7 kilometres, around about a mile extra. It's a purple loop on your map, so we have that extra towards the end of the second lap, which will be really interesting. It will be fresh ground, hopefully quite quick, but it won't have been flattened down, so we could see some soft patches as well. When you get to the junior men's as well, and like we had in the junior women's, you get a number of university teams that enter, so we shall see.
Will we see Will Barnicoat? That's the question. European champion. He has entered this race. We'll know pretty soon, I think, after this corner turns. I can see an Aldershot vest, and that does look like Will Barnicoat's in second place there. The reigning champion from Parliament Hill last year. Catching some of the numbers as they come past.
That is George Cootie at the front. 3697. Will Barnicoat just behind him. It's quite a pace and quite a move to make. The Harrogate Harrier.
Watch your back in a couple of minutes. The junior men are on their way.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. We come this way on the first lap.
It's quite an early breakaway from Cootie, followed by Barnicoat. At this point, just 3 minutes into the race.
We've got 6 athletes there, another City and Norwich. Bracknell are in there as well. Well, Cootie at the front was 16th at the Northern Championships, 4th at the Yorkshires. Ran a 15:23 park run last weekend, so in good form, progressing well this winter season. Athletes just heading out from their first section of this course. Well, last weekend the World Cross Country Championships, British junior team came 5th overall. We had Ed Bird in 18th, Luke Birdseye in 28th, Jacob Deacon of Chorley. I'm not sure if he's on the start line. I'm sure he would like to have been here with a local man. 26th for Jacob Deacon, and Sam Mills of Exeter 48. We have no idea if they are on the start line. I don't think I saw Ed Bird or Luke Birdseye or Sam Mills. I suspect Sam Mills would have been at the front, so Jacob Deacon will keep an eye out for.
Yeah, it's quite a turnaround, quite a big ask, coming back from Australia, doing that race in, it was about 35 degrees out there for those boys to come back and do yet another grueling, tough championship race. Other notable entrants, we've got the Midland champ, Skips Nelson from Banbury Harriers, and the Northern champ, Matt Ramsden from Blackburn Harriers, who I can see there just in 6th place.
Well, Jensen Connell in there of Leeds City in the blue and yellow. just hear the feet pounding on the course. Ben Brown as well, the Southampton man in the red and white.
I think that might be Jensen Connell of Leeds City, just up there in third position as well in the blue and yellow. Second at the Northerns a couple of weeks ago.
Matt Ramsden is in there as well in the blue with the vertical white stripe of Blackburn. So it's a good pack. It seems like there's a lot more than 200 or so athletes on the line. 268 entries for this. It seems like there's more. Maybe they're a bit taller.
Yeah, perhaps more tidily bunched. There's less gaps of hearing at this point in time. You've got the nice angle of that camera as well, shooting all the way across the field, often makes them look more bunched up than they actually are. You can see them coming across the top of the screen there, slightly more stretched out. We've got the Southern champ down on the entries, Samuel Hodgson from Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow. Haven't seen him feature yet, so he might not be here today. It's quite a easy vest to pick out, the Windsor blue with the gold bands.
Yeah, I didn't spot in that leading group of 10 athletes a Windsor vest. We're going to have an interesting moment where we have some of these junior men overtaking the athletes towards the back of our junior women's race. Senior women's race. Barnicoat now finally takes to the front on this first lap. Cootie, perhaps an unexpected man towards the front in second place. There is Brown of Southampton in third. Just trying to work out at the moment who is that in the white vest in fourth at the moment.
Looks like it could be a Bristol vest potentially, or is that Cambridge? Could be a light blue. I think it's neither. It's 3-6, 2-3. That is Flynn Jennings of Bideford Athletics Club. It's a long journey all the way up from Devon. He's having a great race so far in that pack. Just chasing Cootie. Barnicoat has put a dent in this field, and he looks like he's chilling at the front there.
He's relaxed. He's got a lovely running style, hasn't he? Very smooth and controlled, and it's textbook, to be honest.
Just up there in the yellow vest is Lewis Small, the Ashford AC athlete, English schools champion last year. He's now at university and came 10th at the Bucks cross country short course this year. Similar distance to this race. I believe the short course for Bucks was about 8.3k this year. So this will be right up his street.
Well, I think the other man we got in there is Joe Porter in the white vest with the black band across the middle, the Taunton man. 6th of the English schools cross country last year and 11th in this race 12 months ago. He's certainly on course for a small improvement. Came just a second behind Lewis Small in Parliament Hill 2022. So we'll keep an eye out for him as this race progresses. Never quite sure, are you, how these races are going to go, but when a man like Will Barnicoat, and here he is on the billing, you expect him to do what he has done here, and to go so early on that first lap is pretty commendable.
Yeah, he's taken a huge chunk out of this group. You can see Coates just settling back in there in third, and he's got the right idea, working together with that chase pack. Going to be fighting for the minor medals by the looks of it at this point.
Ramsden just slipping off that leading group.
It's Elliot Smith of Newcastle just leading a pack around 15th as well.
Well, we're about to veer left in just a moment because we're heading out on a slightly different section of the course that we haven't seen yet. It's the purple or pink loop on your course map, and Barnicoat will be the first man to break ground on that side of the course. They do actually cross the road, which has some sand down on it, and the marshals are not allowing any cars to come past, so it is perfectly safe. It's still breezy up here in Chester.
So Will Barnicoat then, this is only his second race this year. Second half of a great cross-country season. See, last year winning the Liverpool Cross Challenge, winning the English National earlier in the year. He won over at El Goibar, and of course at those European Championships in Italy.
No one's going to be running on my field.
Well, he's having a great few months. Interesting that he chose not to go to the World Championships and experience a bit of life down under, but he's had a great winter campaign, and I think probably just with one eye on things like exams and the national too, you've got to pick and choose your battles.
Yeah, studying over at the University of Birmingham. It's got a great distance history over there, headed up by Bud Baldaro in years gone by. Luke Gunn leading a lot of the athletes over there these days. They're always a force to be reckoned with over the cross country at Bucks, and the distances on the track as well.
Well, the junior men don't do the extension part of this course until the end of their second lap, so Will Barnicoat had a bit more time on his own for now. I think I just saw Mark Hookway with his cameras filming a little bit of this race.
Did a great preview of some of these races, Mark Hookway, over on his YouTube channel. It's a coach that loves, eats, breathes and sleeps the sport, I think. You can always find some footage from some old Watford Opens on his YouTube channel.
Always like to give Mark a shout out. Does a hell of a lot of good for the sport. His footage as well is, I don't know how he gets in so many places at once around the course. He's like a magician.
I think he's got a few people helping him out these days with tripods. Always got to be careful what you say if you're chatting to Mark while he's got the camera up though, because sound does come through on the videos.
Will Barnicoat, lap 2. Good opportunity for him to look over his shoulder there. Can't quite see anybody yet.
He's got a massive lead. No need to look behind anymore. I think he's just checking to verify that. And he'll be looking ahead now, just chipping away. I wonder if sometimes having a lead of this size perhaps doesn't get the best out of you in terms of how fast you can run. I'm sure he's going to win this by some margin if he continues the way he is. But he's definitely not got any pressure on him at this point in time.
Well, he is striding away with it, and I think Flynn Jennings is in a good position at the moment, so is Zach Horton and Lewis Small. as part of that chasing group, and they will dwindle as they go around over the next few K. I just wonder if they'll try and do a Barnacote and strike by home early. You put yourself at risk there, don't you? You're isolated for 3K or so, and it's a lonely old jog home.
Yeah, it's almost more risk for this chase group as well, because they know at this point they're fighting for the minor medals. He just waves at one of his Birmingham Uni teammates there. Will's having a great time leading out this national championship, looking to repeat his result from last year.
Well, it's not often that people win it back to back. You'd expect him to do so. There's been some great winners over the last few years. Zach Mohammed, his brother Mohammed, Ellis Cross as well, Rory Leonard. So athletes that win this title do often go on to achieve more things in the sport.
It's currently Flynn Jennings of Bideford in that second place spot, just leading a train of the chase group. They'll be biding their time, either waiting for someone to make their move or planning that move of their own. It's quite a baptism of fire when these junior men fall out the top of this age group and into the senior ranks. This goes from almost the smallest fields of the day to the largest, and the distance just goes up.
Yeah, boys become men very quickly, don't they? And it's, yeah, as you say, a harsh step up. Well, I think we've had a few changes in our chasing pack. As always, you get athletes that drop on and off the course. There is Barnacote just at the bottom of the picture, well and away.
That's a great view there, just shows how much of a lead he's put into this group. And they're just coming out and kind of 2 corners behind him at this point, which I reckon that's about 300 metres by now.
Yeah, it's got to be close, hasn't it? Well, Matt Ramsden of Blackburn has done really well to get back up. This is the third pack, or the second set of chasers. Bit of a push there, wow. Not quite sure who that was. These are the athletes from about 7th onwards. There is the main chasing pack in front of them, some 60 metres away.
That's a Salford athlete at the front there, just trying to pick out the number.
Well, Ramsden of Blackburn at the front. Well, here is Will Barnacote. It looks like way back behind. Ben Brown of Southampton is currently in second. Well, this is the change of direction. Barnacote is going left. He's going to cross the road and head out and beyond the cars and beyond the traffic and onto a new patch of course, which is fresh and ready for running.
And you can tell the difference just on that little patch of grass up there. We saw him run across there. Untrodden ground. Might even be a place where you can extend that lead even further. Looks like Oliver Cook of Salford just leading that third group, if you like. We've got the chase pack here, which is down to 5. Only 2 of these can get in and amongst the medals at this point, unless something very unexpected happens at the front end, which I think is quite unlikely by this point.
Well, here's this new part of the course. Brown is there, Jennings is there, Ponter is there. We are flicking between different sections of the course. We've got plenty still chasing. Aldershot athletes are there. A couple of Crawley athletes. What a long journey they would have had up to Chester. Well, they're starting to stride along now. And they go around this hedge, and it's quite a sharp left turn as they will see the rest of this field in front of them. Head towards the main road.
You can see a few groups kind of forming where the athletes are getting broken up. That's where you find yourself settling into a rhythm, but also not wanting to settle for the pace of the group and keep pushing for those places. It's a fine balance of these races. At the same time, you don't want to find yourself on your own. It's a lot harder.
Well, the course is still good underfoot. I think if I was some of the senior men just looking around at the moment, I'd be very confident that we can pick up the pace and push it at pretty much all corners of the course.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of mud here, but if this is the worst of the course, that's probably the best national course underfoot that I've seen for some years. And it's not mud that's carrying with them. It's not wet underfoot. It's a little bit clay there, maybe a little bit sticky, but it's really not slowing them down. As you can see, they're rounding that corner with ease. These athletes just further back in the field.
Yeah, they're not wearing the mud, are they? So, which is a good sign.
Makes for a much nicer car journey home when you haven't got dried mud underneath your tights.
Yeah, big time. I mean, I've not seen any showers. Sure, there's plenty of wet wipes and stuff like that. They can go in the lake.
Perhaps that's the 75th anniversary treat for these boys.
Yeah, dip in the lake. 75 years, what a long old journey. Well, you can just scope, because the houses and buildings all the way in the back, that's pretty much how far they are running on this section of the course. They go a long way away. You can see them looping this fence. This is the soul destroying part of the course, I feel, for the junior men and the senior men. It is a really long old route on your own. Will Barnacote there is in the lead. He is on his own and still has, well, probably about a kilometre or so to go.
He's really stretching this out as well. You can just see he looks relaxed. There's absolutely no one in sight. You could probably count the seconds and figure out how far his lead is at this point, but I wouldn't be surprised if he wins this race by well over a minute.
It's going to be an emphatic victory for Will Barnacote. To keep composed when you're that far ahead is really tough, and to keep on the pace is even more difficult. It's so tempting, certainly around those quiet parts of the course, to just take your foot off the gas and jog it home, but that's why he is the number one.
For sure. I mean, he could settle in the effort that he's put in now and just tempo it home, like you say, but when you're European champion, you're a racer at heart. He knows that anything can happen, but at the same time, I think he probably knows how far away he is now. And why not stretch it out if you can? It's a very impressive run.
Well, these are some beautiful fields. We've had the pleasure of using this year's National Cross. Bolesworth Castle, a fantastic home for us up here in the north. You don't often see this in cross country, do you? a solo run. I know we had it with Innes Fitzgerald earlier and the under-17s, but it's a lot shorter distance. But for a 10k cross-country race at junior level, I've never quite seen a win like this.
Yeah, and I'd be interested to hear what pace he's running, actually, although we have spoken about how in cross-country that really doesn't factor, but with the ground being so good today, he's probably running along at quite a nice clip. I'm quite excited to see what he does throughout this year once he gets on the track, as he's showing his good form today and really getting it moving over the cross-country. Perhaps he's got his watch on, maybe we'll find out afterwards.
Check up on Strava later. National champ, hashtag 2-time. Wow, this is a great opportunity, isn't it? Not many will have won this title back to back.
No, and AFD also brought home the team title last year. He'll be looking to repeat that. Not seen many Aldershot athletes too close behind him. Have to wait and see how things settle on the team side of things.
Well, this is the extension part of the course. Barnecoat just weaving his way round now and heading back towards home. It's around about 1.7 kilometres this part, so it's a tough old route. And I think we have there Joe Ponter, supported by Ben Brown of Southampton, the top two chasers in that silver and bronze medal position. That's what it looks like at the moment. Made a good move around these fields, using the space and distance to try and stretch away.
Yep, Joe Ponter from Taunton AC. Finished 6th at English schools last year. So he's improving on that form. Try and get on the podium at the National this year. You can see George Cootie on the screen there. Early leader. Back in 3rd or 4th.
He's done really well. He's not a name that would have popped up on anybody's lists, I'm sure, but he has really shown his qualities, George Cootie.
Yeah, he's the only athlete entered from his club, Harrogate Harriers, in this race.
Who is that up on their own?
I think that's Flynn Jennings, potentially the Bideford athlete. So what was a group of 5 or 6, it's pretty much 5 or 6 lads all on their own now, with less than a K to go, would you say?
Yeah, I think so. I think when he comes down this field and he'll drop down in a nice straight line and start to work his way home. I think this is the battle for 2nd and 3rd at the moment. Ben Brown and Ponter. I think this is Flynn Jennings.
Yep, just sitting in 4th there. Coots in 5th.
Well, loads of athletes still working their way around this course. had some cracking old races today. This is number 9 of them. Some of the athletes here in the top 10 to 15 region. Had a good tussle all afternoon. Well, I get a feeling that Will Barnicoat's going to be heading towards the finishing straight very shortly. As they cross the road again, that is Ben Brown. Barnicoat is coming down the home straight to take victory here. Well, he is the European cross-country champion from Italy back in November. He won this title 12 months ago, and Will Barnicoat of Aldershot, Farnham and District will take the gold once again in emphatic style. 31.5 minutes on his own, and that is an impressive run, Philly.
It's great to see him high-fiving some of his teammates there, probably some uni friends along the finish. And why not, when you've got a lead of that size? It's definitely a little bit of showmanship that is allowed when you win with such style. And we're going to keep an eye on the time to see how far he has won this race by. He's going to be waiting around for a while, I think. You can just see the second place finisher coming in to the finish. Is that the Southampton athlete, Ben Brown?
Ben Brown just coming through the finish. He's going to pick up the silver, and there he is, just trailing in behind him. Is Taunton's Joe Ponter, we believe. A great run from him.
And they do look to be a little bit more spaced out in this race further back into the top 10. There's quite a bit of daylight between these athletes, and I think that's the effect of Will Barnicoat stretching this race out from the start.
It was brave, wasn't it? He didn't have to do it that way. I'm sure he could have outkicked anyone in this field, but it was a brave old run to do that.
See George Cootie just crossing the line there. I think he might have got fifth or sixth with a little bit of time leading the race out at the start. It's a great run from him.
Yeah, brave from that man as well. To appreciate it was only for the first K or so, but to take it out when you've got Will Barnicoat in your race, the European champion, not just the guy that won it 12 months ago, but the European champion.
Absolutely. Putting himself up there and rewarded, you know, comfortably in the top 10.
Well, only one more race to come, and that is the senior men's race, 12 kilometres. It will be fast, it will be fierce, and it will be on your screens in around about 6 minutes time. 11.5k. Plenty of action to come, and only one more for your screens for the National 2023. We'll be back in 5 minutes as we leave you with these pictures of the junior men's race.
Ready? Come on, finish, mate. Come and turn this up now. Let's straight forward.
Come on, Taylor! Come on, Taylor! Dig in all the way. Last little bit.
Well, here we are, towing the line for the final race of the Saucony English National Cross Country Championships of 2023. We have around about 2,000 or so men on the start line, 2,195 entered from countless clubs all across the country, and this is the senior men's race. We do not know who is here. We're not quite sure where the medals will go, but I can tell you it will be an absolute blast from start to finish. Away they go, on time, and out the traps like a rocket. Scott Eburn here on commentary alongside Philly Bowden. Philly, you have been to the National, you've won as a team. It's a lot easier being in the commentary box, isn't it?
It is, and watching this senior men's race from the screen really doesn't do justice of how many men are going through those first few hundred metres at this moment in time. When you're there, especially when you're somewhere like Parliament Hill and you can see them coming up the hill for what feels like miles, it really is a sight to behold.
Well, some of the runners and risers, we're not quite sure who is here. We will find out very shortly as they come around this first corner. What I can tell you is that we have on the start list, reigning champions. And if you have reigning champions on the start list, well, it will be good fun.
2,195 men entered to run this race today. We'll just let that sink in for a minute.
It's staggering, isn't it? It's a staggering number.
Even with a few people that haven't quite made it on the day, it's probably about 2,000 people in this race today.
Well, 11.5k, there or thereabouts. We are doing well, it's 2 laps, but a yellow and a purple or pink loop, depending how good your vision is. Well, we only took one senior man to the World Cross Country Championships last week, and that was Zach Mohammed. No idea if he is here, but he is in the start list, as is his brother. Hugo Milner is in there.
I can see Callum Elson right up there in second, who has just come back from Bathurst, Australia at the World Cross Country Championships, running in the mixed relay. So it's only 1.5k, quite a bit further to go today, but he's not afraid of the distance, and he's right up there so far, running for Cambridge and Coleridge. He's having a great season, is Callum. He's just behind Richard Allen, the Leeds man. He's moved around a couple of clubs over the last few years. He's stretching away at the moment. Might be putting in an early bid to drop the rest of the field.
Well, it's an interesting tactic. Leeds already got 3 men in the top 10 or 12, I think that looks to be. But yeah, Alan, brave.
It's quite a statement from the team standings perspective as well. Leeds, one of the big powerhouses on the men's side. Highgate are up there as well. I can see Jacob Allen in 5th. They've always got quite a deep team for Highgate. Turn out at the road relays. They'll be putting in a strong bid for that team title today as well.
Well, none of our medalists from 2022 are here. Mohammed, Emil Caress, who is going for the British 10-mile record. Last week, as we saw, somebody's already lost their shoe as he was trying to put it on. Somebody knocked him over. I mean, chaos. Welcome to the National Cross, everybody. We've managed to get away with no real bumps or bruises today, but it happens.
And it looks like Richard Allen might have just come back to the rest of the race there, which I think might be sensible. It's very early to make a big move in this 12k race, and there's a lot of running left to be done.
I don't think you really appreciate the number of people until you see a shot like this, and it's just a continuation for minutes and minutes and minutes. We do have some more.
I think that's Charlie Weaver up there as well in the black vest.
Well, I'm just trying to pick out some bibs as well. Not say C there. Hugo Milner around about 11th or 12th at the moment. I know Phil Sessman was on the entries, but doesn't appear to be on the course.
Number 5495 in the red vest of Salford Harriers is Joe Stewart, the Northern champ this year. 8th at the National last year. He also finished 16th at the World Mountain Running Championships last year. So he might be wishing this course was maybe slightly hillier. But in a good spot at the moment.
Yeah, Stewart was silver here in 2020, just weeks before the pandemic struck. He's back again, maybe an outside bet for a gold. I'm sure he'd love to get amongst it and find himself one up on his previous best.
More fair.
Well, the man in the blue just at the front from Morpeth, Charles Avery. Carl Avery rather, and Charles Wheeler as well from Milton Keynes Distance Project. So here they are. 15 athletes in this pack.
Yeah, Carl Avery was second at the Northern Championships just a few weeks ago. It's like there's about 15 of them just broken away from the rest of the race there. They're not tightly bunched, but I think these guys might be away.
Well, Milton Keynes Distance Project got two up at the front. Charles Wheeler, George Wheeler. And Cambridge with Callum Elson up there. I think you'd expect Cambridge to be near the front. I'm not seeing Jack Gray, the Midland champion. Jack Gray having a great winter at the moment. Not seeing him there. I'm sure he would have been chomping at the bit to get amongst the medals at the National. But not seeing him just yet. Sam Mokes of Notts, the silver medalist at the Midlands. I think we saw a Nottingham vest near the front as well, so keep an eye out for him too.
It's interesting seeing Charles Wheeler up there, third at the British Indoors just last weekend over 3k. It's quite a change, jumping on the cross, although as we've said already quite a lot today, this course is not your classic English cross country. This is probably in his favour. Young athlete who's been competing over in the NCAA.
It's tough though to go from the nice firm footing of spikes and tracks to cross country, and particularly 3k is a good distance. It's tough, but this is a completely different beast in terms of distance and effort, and yeah, you've got a real warrior to decide to do that.
Yeah, for sure, and I think we might see some of that play out in the latter stage of the race. People might be taking it on as the track race that it sort of appears to be at the start, but 12k is a lot longer than any of these guys would do on the track for the track specialists. A couple of k on the cross is a lot longer.
So I think we said Richard Allen, Carl Avery, Charles Wheeler, George Wheeler, Jacob Allen, Callum Elson, Joe Stewart and Sam Mokes. Those were the names that we were picking out of that top 15 or so. Well, we're 10 minutes or so into this, chipping away nicely at the moment. .16 athletes leading this one out. It's where you want to be as a solid group at this point.
Yeah, and they've all got a nice amount of space at this point. I mean, some of them are running a little bit wide, which you do run a little bit further, but perhaps they're all quite comfortable right now. No one's really stretching it out, and they're probably quite happy to just tick along for the time being with a group.
Well, I know that Ben Connor, previous champion back in 2017, was on the entries, but didn't see him there within this pack, and the same goes for Callum Johnson as well, the Gateshead man. Not seen him amongst that chasing pack either, so we're just even 12 minutes into this race trying to establish who's who and where they're all at.
Yeah, Emile Caresse, another big name who was on the entry lists. No surprise to not see him racing today. I believe he's going after a 10-mile British Road Championships, British record even, next weekend. It's probably not the ideal prep. 12k over the cross. Exciting to see how he does in that record attempt.
Well, one of the differences as well is that the Southern Championships is always over 15 kilometres, which is a fair distance longer than this 11.5k today. The Midlands was 11k, the Northern's 11.5. That plays perhaps into this race, because you'll look at the Southerns and say three of those athletes, James Kingston for example, would be there or thereabouts for a medal, but the extra distance can sometimes give or take depending on the type of athlete, so we still don't know.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean those medalists from those regional championships, a couple of them are up there, but there are also a few that aren't, and some of those athletes as well maybe haven't run the regional championships because of other race commitments, people over in the World Cross, running indoors. It's quite a mix in that group up at the front. I think with so many races on, sometimes the regional cross-country championships aren't as much of an indicator as to who's going to feature here as they used to be. We saw that in the women's race, Sarah Aston running away with the win, who didn't compete at the Southern.
And we talk about how some other commitments play into this sort of start of the year athletic season. We've got indoor races, people looking towards marathons and road racing as well, and cross country too. So when we go down our senior men who went to the Euros in December, Emile Caresse not here, Mohammed not here, Hugo Milner is here, Ellis Cross not, Ben Connor not, Jack Rowe, well he was racing over the 3,000 last weekend, and Jack Rowe, I think he's been selected for the European Indoors next weekend over the 3,000.
Yeah, he has indeed.
So people have different commitments.
I'm impressed to see Callum Elston still fighting up there at the front in fourth. He's really showing that he can do both with the shorter distances over the cross and this much longer race here today over 12k. I did see that he put on Instagram that he had a little bit of a cold as well. Clearly not affecting him so far.
You got to get your explanations out early, haven't you? So
it's a good backup if it doesn't go to plan.
Yeah. He must be feeling pretty good to be out here, because even with a runny nose, I don't think I'd be out doing 11.5k around Bolesworth Castle.
Absolutely not.
Had a stern stuff. See, the cross-country lot tend to take the mick out of the track and field athletes for being a bit softer, and that's not at all the case.
So I can see two Cambridge and Coleridge athletes up there, making a strong start on the team side of things. I know they've been talking a lot about taking this title for some time, and it hasn't happened yet. Today could be the day. believe that's Jack Gray up there, the Midland champ.
Yeah, Jack Gray was 14th here last year, 6th in 2019, 17th in 2018, so he's always there or thereabouts. There is Jack Gray, you can just see him in the white, something like 7 or 6 places back from the front. I saw a great photo of him celebrating as he came through to the finish at the Midland Championships, punching the air, and he clearly enjoyed it, so he is in good form.
Good to see what it means to the athletes when you see sort of celebrations like that as well. The regional championships might not get as big a turnouts as they used to, but you know, winning that title and being the king of your region, if you like, it still means a lot to these guys that have been running through the age groups for years and years now.
Well, the athletes coming back to conclude their first lap at the moment.
James Kingston up there with Richard Allen at the front.
Well, we mentioned whether or not the 15k of the Southerns puts the Southern boys in pole position, and James Kingston currently occupies that spot. Mark Hookway will be delighted to see a Tunbridge man at the front as they come through. You just hear the noise, it really does spur you on. Jack Gray sitting there nicely in third, Allen in second. I think that is Sam Mokes of Notts AC in the green, yellow and white vest. Highgate in there as well.
Yeah, and I believe that's Charles Wheeler a little bit further ahead of his brother there from the Milton Keynes distance project. Still looking good in about 5th place.
Well, this is the horseshoe as they turn around. That is 1 lap done, 18 minutes played. Next time they come down that straight, they will be preparing for a big finish. And we've got a 3 that have started to break away. And I did say Jack Gray is in good form. I'm sure he'd fancy his chances, and he is part of that front 3 at the moment. Just get a sense once again, Philly, that it is starting to bubble a little bit.
Yeah, and this looks like it could be a fairly similar way to the way that the women's race was run, with the 3 girls, Gemma Steele, Neve Bridson Hubbard and Sarah Aston, working together and kind of pushing each other at different points of the course. Just as I say that, 3 might be becoming 2. Someone's really putting the hammer down. I can't tell which one of them it is right now. Those 2 white vests just merging together at the front there.
Well, I think James Kingston has just nudged this one forward. Jack Gray just sitting on his outside shoulder, and Richard Allen just slipping backwards slightly into 3rd. The man in the red vest back in 4th, Joe Stewart of Salford. Well, it's teeing itself up nicely as James Kingston just wipes his nose. The first person I've seen today with face paint on, and he's leading the senior men's race.
Jack Gray really is tracking him stride for stride though. I don't think there's been any damage done there yet from that move, and these 2 are going to start stretching away from Richard Allen. He might find that he gets caught by Stewart and caught up for a race for bronze. He's in a difficult spot there on his own, where the others have kind of got someone to work with.
Well, it would be some winter campaign for James Kingston if he could take the Southern and national title. There's a look over the shoulder from Jack Gray, I think, just to judge whereabouts he is, and now Jack Gray comes onto the shoulder of Kingston just to let him know he's there. They've got 25 metre lead in front of Richard Allen at the moment.
James Kingston winning that Southern Championships. He did take 39 seconds out of Alexander Lepetra, who finished 2nd. So perhaps he's looking to run a similar race today, just turning that screw, trying to shake off Jack Gray.
There is Allen. Stewart definitely not out of it yet. Neither of the MK Distance Project boys. The Wheelers will be not only tracking an individual medal but potentially a team gold as well. Cambridge and Coleridge with Jack Gray at the front. Certainly one eye on that too. They are going at some pace now. This is the benefit of the flat course and well trodden. It's only going to have been compacted even more at this point.
Just look at how those athletes are stretched out across the top 10. The only people that have got company right now on our screens are Jack Gray and James Kingston, pushing each other stride for stride. Everyone else has just been left in their wake, and this is the move of the race, I think.
Well, we said probably around about 10 or 12 minutes ago that it was great to see a group of 15 or 16 athletes, and they used it while they needed it, and James Kingston was not prepared to sit and wait. And I just wonder if that 15-kilometre Southern gives him that little bit of extra strength, and he knows what it's like to be burning after 14k. Maybe he's just got a bit of extra juice in those legs.
It's interesting. I know there's a lot of talk about equalising the distances for the men and the women at races like the National. I wonder if the Midland guys and the Northern guys are going to put a bid in for their regional champs to be increased to 15k. I mean, you could look at it as an advantage that you've got to be put through that gruelling 15k in the regional at the Southerns before getting to the national champs.
It is interesting, isn't it? These guys all do big miles, I'm sure, and big sessions week in, week out, but just being able to trudge around for 15k is a different type of skill that you learn. But it's difficult to find a venue at times, I'm sure, and yeah, you've got to be gutsy to run cross country, and it's teeing up nicely at the moment. I like the way Jack Gray's moved onto Kingston's shoulder, not just to sit there and wait and almost say it's yours, you can take it away. Jack Gray is really going to fight for this.
Yeah, and he's probably making a point to say, I'm not sitting behind you and just letting you take the wind here. I'm here to push this race on as well. And you can see the damage that it's doing further back on the field. You know, they're pushing each other and stretching this lead out. They're pretty clear of the rest of the field now. They don't need to do that, but that's the two of them both vying for that leading spot.
Fascinating. It is Kingston and Gray. Midlands versus the South.
And there's a lot of movement a little bit further back in the top 10. People trading places, some who would have started off a little bit quick, others who will be just coming through now. And I wonder how long these two at the front can keep it at neck and neck. It would be really spectacular if they can carry on until the closing stages.
It would be, it's hard to run from home this far out because they've still got around about 2.2k I think on my watch, and you don't want to be running 2k of a 12k cross country race on your own. I know we've just seen Will Barnacote do it in the junior men's. He did practically 9 out of the 10k on his own, but Gray is doing a superb job just tracking Kingston at the moment.
And there might be a little bit of knowing the other person's track speed in how they time that move. I'm sure these guys know each other well. James Kingston on the track has run a 3:51 1500. You look at Jack Gray, he's run 3:50. They're both pretty well matched in those times.
Well, I just could see Jack Gray just talk to somebody and sort of chuck his hand behind himself on the sideline. I think he was asking how far behind are they, and as they went into that corner, Jack Gray just got his nose in front, and now they are side to side once again. This is a real game of chess. Who is breathing the hardest at this point? Who can keep the composure?
It's going to be a question of the strength or the sprint. James Kingston having run that 15k at the Southerns. Meanwhile, Jack Gray ran 13:50 over at Armagh in February, and that only got him 11th, which shows you the calibre of that race. But to run sub 14 minutes in February, he's definitely got the speed on the shorter end of things. It's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out.
but July 2020 I was in Matlock in Derbyshire, just on a day out after the sort of first lockdown came to a close, and as I saw this young guy running up and down this hill at full pelt, and it was Jack Gray tearing it up the hill. So just from that one day of viewing his session 3 years ago, I hazard a guess he enjoys his hill running. So this back session of the course is something that will surely suit him if he can just keep toe to toe with James Kingston. I don't know how much you want to give at that point of the race when you've still got 2k to go, a mile left. Do you really start to go for it at that point? Because it's so easy to burn up, even 50 metres from the line. If you burn up and somebody's got momentum, you can lose out on the gold.
Yeah, and you definitely don't want to leave anything to chance. You know, leaving it to the last 200 metres is a risky game as well. So you've got to try and time it correctly. At the same time, you don't know what the other competitor is thinking. They've both got their own plans in their head for the moves they're going to make, and they would have thought in their heads before this race, you know, which way it might be run, what it's going to come down to. But I think the two of them side by side might have been one of the scenarios that they hadn't thought about so much.
Well, I suspect they would have probably thought maybe one or two more would have been with them at this point, and this was the point on the course where they would have had to stretch away. You can just see how expansive this this pink section of the course is from G to H to I, and it is a real challenge. Well, what we do know is the two white dots at the top of your screen, which I would suggest are around about 80 to 100 metres ahead. That is James Kingston and Jack Gray.
Yeah, almost a mirror image of one another at this point. It's very impressive. Nearly 30 minutes into this race, and last year's winner, Mohammed, won the National over at Parliament Hill in 40 minutes and 52 seconds. I think the 12k today will be won in a much quicker time without the mud underfoot and the flatter ground. That gives you an idea of roughly what's left to run.
Well, I feel like this lead is stretching. They're just creeping away from the chasers, and I think it is still a mixture of Elson, Stewart and Wheeler at the moment. I love to see it. These two athletes, I think they know that this is it. It's one of us. Let's just be patient. They're not trying to give anything too soon, because there is still so much left to play on this course. They're just down by the H if you have your course map in front of you at the moment as they go around this pond. And now Jack Gray gets to the front, leading this. Kingston just tucking in behind. The benefit of this part of the course, it's only been used for the junior men's race and for the senior men's, so it's a bit less trodden, it's a bit firmer perhaps, and Kingston back to the front to do his shift.
Yeah, I was wondering there whether Gray was trying to make a bit of a push to the front. It didn't do anything, and Kingston has just done the same. I think they're just trading places at the moment, and until someone really makes a move that is unmistakable, this is just going to carry on.
They are toe to toe, they are playing chess. It's mind games at the moment. Their lungs are good, the legs hurt, but it is Jack Gray and James Kingston, the Midlands champion, the Northern champion.
From two of the clubs that are going to be vying for those team spots as well. It's quite poetic to see the both of them up the front there.
Well, this is special. We're often expecting that Tunbridge and Cambridge and Coleridge will be near the team scores, but if one of these two gets to the front, that will certainly help the cause.
I've just looked at their positioning at the English National last year, and you're not going to believe this, but Jack Gray finished 14th at Parliament Hill last year, and James Kingston was 15th.
Wow. Do you think that's crossed their minds in the last few thousand metres since they made that breakaway? I know this guy, I remember, because Jack Gray loves a sprint finish.
Do you know, I wonder if they haven't even realised.
At this point, the lungs are burning, the legs are starting to hurt. Nothing to choose between them. The grit about this race at the moment is giving me chills. Striding across the field, and I'm sure this part of the course just feels like it goes on forever. It's desolate, it's quiet, there's nobody around.
Yeah, running past the occasional lapped runner. Very rare to see a spectator at this point.
Kingston back to the front, doing his shift once again. I couldn't quite tell if that was a move, because Jack Gray has tracked it nicely. They are just teasing each other at the moment, putting out the feelers.
Yeah, it's like a game of chess at this point. I wonder how in control the two of them feel.
I'm not quite sure which way this is going to go. Two different styles, two athletes digging deep. Kingston and Gray. Neither of these two have medalled at these championships before. There's Gray just hugging his side there, maybe a bit of stitch.
Completely different running style as well. It's really interesting to see them side by side. Jack Gray has an unmistakable arm movement that clearly works for him. James Kingston looking relaxed. The two of them are just matching every move of the other one.
It's a real fight, isn't it? As they come down here, they will just see to their left about now the finishing arch, and they will know that they have only got hundreds of metres to go. Well, these are some of the athletes coming round on the early part of their second lap. These are the chasers. We've got a man from Shaftesbury Barnet in there now, I think, and
that's David Stone there, the Shaftesbury Barnet athlete.
well, these are the two at the front, Jack Gray and James Kingston. This is what it's all about, the National Cross. Gray looks to his right just to check where his rival is, and they're turning left here as they cross the road, and they're back on the main loop now, and as they come left once more, they'll be edging towards home. Gray looks relaxed in his face, Kingston looks relaxed in his face. Have they got anything in the legs? Now Kingston gets to the front. Once again, they're just teasing each other, aren't they? Gray with a look over his shoulder, he's definitely got the silver in the bag. Can he dig deep enough to get the gold? The cheers as they come through the concourse and towards the finish.
I think Kingston. This might be Kingston's move. Gray's looked behind 3 or 4 times now. I think he might be settling for the silver. You can see it across his face, and Kingston's just throwing the hammer down now.
Wow, James Kingston, he's looked so good all race. He's been in front for so long. Jack Gray latched onto the back of the move, and they have worked together, fought hard together, all for the last 11 kilometres. But it is James Kingston, the man from Tunbridge, the man from the south, the southern champion, who is streaking away with it here in fine fashion. Hundreds of spectators on the course as Jack Gray, the Midland champion, fights his way to a well-deserved, a fantastic silver medal. But the champion this year, the man that has got the lungs and got the legs, it is Tunbridge's very own James Kingston. It's your southern champion, and it is your Saucony English National Cross Country champion for 2023. His arms go to the tee for Tunbridge, and it is Kingston that takes the title. And Jack Gray fists in the air to take a fantastic silver medal. Those two embrace over the line. What a moment that is.
Yeah, celebrating together. They know that they worked so hard together for that result. There's a sprint going on for the bronze. That's David Stones, I think, of Shaftesbury, who's just going to get it from Richard Allen, the early leader. It's just tying up there.
What a sprint. Richard Allen being run out of the medals in the end. What a sprint.
Callum Elson finishing in about 6th there. It's a strong run after the week he's had. Joe Stewart coming in the minor places, just closing out the top 10.
Yeah, Sam Mokes was around about 7th, I think, for knots.
It's Carl Avery just crossing the line there as well.
Jacob Allen across the line. I think Charles Wheeler just on the floor to the left. He is absolutely spent. But what a moment that was, seeing James Kingston and Jack Gray embrace across the line. That meant so much to both of them. I don't think they would have minded who took either medal really, but they were just happy to be at the pinnacle of cross country in the UK.
Yeah, a fantastic race, a very honest race, and like you say, I think they know that both of them were working so hard throughout, toe to toe. They've got each other to thank for the result at the same time. It's really great to see.
Well, they kept the pace honest, didn't they? And they really did pull away from the rest of the field. It was fairly early on, it wasn't late, but it was when they got to the end of that first lap that they just stretched away, and 6k or so with the two of you toe to toe battling it out. Your mind goes through so many different dark spots and your legs start to ache and the lungs start to burn, but they pushed each other on, and what a race that was.
You can see the teams gathering and collecting their athletes at the finish. There's quite a few Cambridge and Coleridge guys come through. You can see the Highgate boys at the bottom there, Tonbridge. Quite a few Leeds City athletes as well. There's Phil Sessman, Graham Rush. It's going to be interesting to see how things have settled. I'm not sure you could call it from looking at this picture.
Well, we didn't see Phil Sessman at the start, but he has got some incredible range from T12 marathon to beating the world 1500 metre champion indoors last month, over 3,000. He's doing London in 7 weeks, less than that, 5 weeks, I'm guessing.
I think it's 8 or 9.
I forget. I forget 30th of April. I forget what date in April. But for him to have turned up and done cross country, he did the national cross country relays as well. This event really does attract so many fantastic athletes.
Yeah, it's great to see those athletes as well still showing up for their club. Just shows you how much these athletes really enjoy these grassroots club competitions. There's nothing to be gained from racing today other than bragging rights for your club and national titles, and that's why they're here.
Well, what a fantastic day. 10 races, plenty of gold, silver and bronze medals dished out, and bragging rights for another 12 months. The Saucony English National Cross Country Championships for 2023 here at Bolesworth Castle have come to an end. Chester has played a wonderful host for us for 2023. Philly, your pick of the day?
I think it's got to be that senior women's race. I'm biased, I've been watching it. It was a great win from Sarah Aston, and also really nice to see Gemma Steele sneak the second there as well.
Yeah, that was a fantastic race, and I think I wholeheartedly agree. From myself, Scott Eburn, Philly, thanks for joining me.
It's been a great day racing.
Until next time, until next year's National Cross Country, we'll see you then. Good night.